to
Julie,
High Stakes Friday.
Nice. Well done. Thank you. When, like, very recent, huh?
Here are the
Last
chip
couple
counts.
Days or what?
No. We got an amazing cast of characters.
You haven't showered in 2 weeks. That's what it is.
Smiley, you want one?
No, here, if you want me to put it here, I'll put it here. I just don't like it that it just comes out so long and it's over.
We are playing 50-50, 100, 100 today. So 3 blinds with $100 big blind ante, so 300 in every single pot.
Dude, what's his face? William Hung emailed it. He wants to play the show.
Someone's messing with their mic, but I'm going to introduce the players today. Or right now, that is. I'm not sure who's in seat 1. We'll figure that out. But seat 2 is Garrett Adelstein.
It's like, if you got it, you got it.
Seat number 3 is Bill Klein. Donates his winnings to charity, and whatever he loses, he'll match. So charity's definitely winning today. Seat 4 is Smiley. Made his high stakes debut last week. Seat number 5 is Andy. Seat number 6 is John Cohen. One of the rising stars in LA, no doubt. Seat number 8 is 2018 World Series main event champ. Seat number 9 is Julie Yorn, movie producer in Hollywood. And some shout outs real quick. Thank you for the donation. Charles Yarnold donated $4.99. Shout out to Israeli Ron, made his comeback yesterday. I was so happy to see him. Trent Kaz, Mark A, Matt Benjamin, what's up? Nick from Yuma. Detroit, Siggy, Uncle Barney.
Oh man, I'm like,
Maria,
I'm still like
stole
curious. I want to ask
from
questions,
you,
but
also gave you 200.
Fair enough.
So it's kind of like sort of a draw. Yeah. I thought about stealing your water too.
yeah.
Seat number 1 is, that's right, Maria Ho is in seat number 1.
You would tell everybody.
Maria Ho has traveled around playing big tournaments.
Like I was this close.
She's also played high stakes poker for a very long time. She's also a very good commentator. She does the World Series of Poker commentary.
Is it my turn?
Am I in your way?
I have 10K.
Seat number 7, like I said before, is John Cynn, won 2018 World Series main event champ. He's one of the nicest people. If you ever run into him and get the luxury to talk to him in the casino, he's super nice, laid back. He's a very good ambassador for poker as well.
Yeah. These kids these days listen to fucking trap hip-hop music.
That's how you know you're old.
Oh, come on. They couldn't have been that ignorant. Who shits on the Beatles?
Johnson gets there on the turn with top, as
Julie,
Jamie
were
Gold
you happy
once said.
Parasite got the W or what?
I mean, I think it's really good. I look at it selfishly, it's really good for me because I think it like helps original movies that are based on like Marvel properties.
Sure.
But was it the best movie though?
Fucking Marvel.
I don't know, like, I mean, I loved it. I voted for screenplay.
She doesn't get a button or what? No, she's not playing.
Okay, can I come in? No.
And I am JJ De La Garza. I go by JJ4D Poker on my social media platforms.
Got it.
If you guys watched on Tuesday, I played on the stream. I have a balanced strategy in my game, and most importantly today, I have a balanced strategy in my commentary game. And these players are doing a bunch of talking. I will stay quiet and mute myself. If these players are quiet, then I'll break down a ton of poker hands, I promise. High Stakes Friday, always here at the Bicycle Casino in Bell Gardens, California. Let's go.
I wouldn't cheat you, I promise.
Also, people in the chat today, make sure you're on very good behavior. If you're not contributing to chat or negative, I probably am going to have
Can't see
to
if
send
Julie's
some
active.
hammers home, which I don't really want to do. I want it to be a fun stream, so keep that in mind, please. What's up, OEO and Matty J? I see you as well.
Gotta put the women in the good seats. Yeah.
These are actually, they're actually not good seats for camera.
And we're off.
Our back is the camera, but I like having this space and also.
Yeah, I like those seats better than the middle one. I like the ends.
In that, I always feel like I'm exposing my cards. And then the other thing is like, for me, my eyesight's really bad from that one, even with my glasses.
Andy, I feel like we rarely see you in this 5-ball seat here. Very rare. Yeah. Yeah. 2 years and nothing. We'll see if you can do a little something different with it.
Like a,
Can we do an AMA?
Andy, interested in an Ask Me Anything on today's stream?
Andy, should we do an analysis of your hand with Nick? Because he and I did one yesterday. Okay.
Who do you think would dislike an Ask Me Anything that went on for just like an hour straight? More, Andy or John? Cohen.
Cohen's an open book.
Yeah. I think Cohen would probably hate it more. An hour straight, we just get to keep rapid firing questions at you, yeah.
I do?
No,
I'd
fuck,
run
I'm
out
not
after
playing.
2 questions.
I usually get
Maybe
one
one.
question per stream with Garrett. Before I get the shut.
As long as it's not poker related, you got it.
I know.
I'll give you one.
I don't ask you poker anymore.
If you had queens in the cutoff,
Yeah.
I'd raise it.
red ones.
Folder re-raise.
He gets me.
You had to know when you're gonna die or how you're gonna die.
Oh, God.
Oh, Bill, where are you? You still haven't answered that.
I know, I still haven't figured out
All
what
right,
I want.
you let me know.
Who would wanna, I mean,
I said when, Garrett says how.
Whoa, whoa, that's a morbid
can
question.
I get some chips?
Sure.
All right, Maria, your water.
Alright,
your
Bill, I gotta
water.
raise you. Lay it off the back.
Not very fun.
1500.
He had my name tag.
John Cohen with 2 jacks.
Bill has 1 open and 1 misread.
Yeah.
So it makes me the superstar that I am.
Indubitably.
Consistency.
51 1, is that
Wait till this guy sits down and raises pocket eight.
Can't wait.
Evika asked an important question in the chat. What is the minimum buy-in for this game? And the minimum buy-in is $10,000.
Did you get?
And we are playing a 3-blind game with an ante, so it's 50-50, 100 with the $100 big blind ante. So 300 in every pot. These players are going to be playing some pretty wide ranges since there's a lot of dead money in these pots.
Circumstances twice.
even if it's a $200,000 pot?
Even if I
Even if it's
told you I would
Valentine's
cut
Day
my pinky
and
off.
I have
Somebody I really,
kings
really
and
like.
you
No.
have aces.
I want you to have to decide before you put the money.
You gotta respect that. He's 6'2", he's got the same everything. Smiley.
Are you Smiley? Is that what you're
Yeah.
I can't tell.
Happy Valentine's Day, by the way, everyone.
Yeah.
Here's a lot of things.
Yeah,
You
just
are.
either a bunch of single losers or people in supportive relationships. One of the two. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm none of the two. That's confusing.
Been in one long enough.
Well, you could still leave long enough to have one.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, but who are we kidding? As long as any of you are here, I'm not fucking leaving.
I'm actually cooking tonight. So
Yummy.
yes.
What are you making me?
Chicken parm.
Nice. That sounds pretty good.
Gluten free though, because I'm making it for my sister and her husband as well, and
Okay.
she's gluten free. So
Just the 5 of us, huh?
yeah, that's it. I mean, we're all in the South Bay, so
Yeah.
might as well.
Yeah.
But you won't be there till they close the bike, so I
Yeah.
guess we'll just be waiting.
That's fine. Yeah, just keep it on the burner.
A nut flush draw here for Smiley. Single
Yeah,
bet
I
should do
was,
the
I
trick.
was. But
I might be joining you guys.
Julie does have 2 overs and a queen of hearts.
Yeah, he wants to be a fish, though. Wants to live in the biggest traffic nightmare on earth.
Shout out to the real Salami donating
in
$9.99.
Hermosa,
Thank
but
you very
I
much.
actually go, yeah, my My best friend lives in the Palisades, actually. So yeah, I'm actually. That's a good question. The street that she lives on is.
Sorry, man.
I should know this, right? She just recently moved in. I'm gonna look this up right now. Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Mimosas were all
I was invited to like my friends in the house.
A lot of athletes live around there. Yeah, it's not too bad. Yeah. Lakers have a practice facility in El Segundo.
Yeah,
so
I had
super close.
I had to like drive there and then we went to the that snow park.
I'm looking it up.
It's like the alphabet street where I live, which is the flats behind like the village, so you walk right.
Yes, she lives pretty close to the village. I do know that, but let's see. I just went to her place not too long ago.
It's like Pleasantville over there. It's like.
Great.
Smiley with top pair is going to check it over to Andy.
Happy to be when Cynn is here, I'm gonna just call you JC. People know. How do you feel about that?
Andy's gut shot turns into a pair.
I say you guys need those buttons like they have, like chips and trim.
And this is going to the river.
No salt on the margarita.
This should go check as well. Both players with some showdown value. And it does. Smiley shipping the $2,300 pot.
I should there's like a fun, it's really small, but it's just like a fun home game in the Palisades with Joseph Kahn. He directs like music videos and stuff.
Oh, shout out to Jeremy Levin.
I go out there to
Jay
play a little
Boog's in the
game
mix.
that he has like once every couple weeks. I'll let you
He's
know.
in the chat, guys. Show him some love.
Yeah, it's a cash game, but yeah, they just.
My friend does a really fun home like tournament. Actually, it's pretty good value. And it's mostly like Hollywood, actors. Then and some finance people, but then it's also like the random pros.
Yeah.
300.
It's really fun though.
Four players. Check. Check. Bet. 600. Wait, it's on shoulder.
my fault. Okay.
Raise it up. Make it 1,700.
Oops.
And Andy's going to go for the check raise since he does have a gut shot and backdoor flush draw.
Heads up.
Julie's going to get sticky here with her top pair. She's seen Andy get a little wild before. Perfect card for Julie and a good card for Andy. Gives Andy more equity to a flush draw now.
Bill?
I used to go to my
Yeah, but not anymore.
3,000 from Andy. And Julie's going to complete with the flat call. And Andy with just 8 high, and you know what I say when players are at the bottom of the range, they usually go for it. Andy's no stranger to going for it. Andy's a complete beast, but he checks this one.
Bet. 5,000.
And Julie's going to bet 5,000 with her top 2 pair and take that one down. Well done by Julie Yorn. Shout out to Patrick Arco in the chat. He donated $9.99, and I'll read what he said in the chat, he said, my favorite night of the week, high stakes live at the bike with JJ hosting. Actually, it's the whole live at the bike team here. But and he says, always very entertaining. Thank you for making the stream special. So shout out to you, Patrick Arco, for your donation. Live at the Bike is a small business. We are not owned by the casino. So all your donations, you guys becoming subscribers in the YouTube, becoming subscribers on liveatthebike.com helps us greatly.
She, actually, you might know her. She doesn't play really anymore, but Tiffany Michelle, we were on the race together. She's my best friend. Yeah, yeah. She just started. Oh, okay. Which? Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Bill with an ace and a bet and a takedown.
I met Joe Con. He was on that episode that I played on. Yeah. Yeah. I thought Joe did a really good job on that show. He was very funny, and it's hard to coordinate that situation where he's like kind of interviewing and asking people questions, but also playing himself.
He's so funny.
He's very funny.
Marie's not watching the season of Survivor.
I will be, but I haven't started yet because you or have you though? Are you asking?
This one I'm gonna watch.
Because it's kind of an epic.
For sure. Yeah, I'm gonna raise to 1100. Yeah, all winners, double the prize pool.
Yeah. Are you like friends or keep in touch with anybody either from like your season or just
For
the
sure.
fam?
Yeah. I'm friendly with Sarah and Tony who are on this season, but I'm still really close with Spencer. You know who that is?
Yes.
He's actually, I just tricked him into moving to LA in the South Bay specifically in like a week or two.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
But both of us like give zero fucks about the show anymore, but we'll watch this season.
Yeah, I mean, how could you not?
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be, it should be elite like
It was
gameplay.
Awesome.
So.
The first 2 hours were great.
Yeah, I just need to get caught up on it, but. Hello. No worries.
That's usually how I roll. Did you see this?
We waited, just so you know, we waited for you.
Make it 1400. Yeah. 14.
That kind of changes everything.
Perpetual late arriver makes 20 games straight. We did these like
It doesn't work right now.
because I'm always late to get something shit.
You want mine? You can have mine.
What's that make sense? We always do that. Yeah, I'll just use one.
I'm Maria, by the way. I don't think I'm Kayhan.
Nice to meet you. Kayhan.
Kayhan.
I'm Garrett, bro. Nice to meet you, dude.
Nice to meet you.
John.
We're off to a good start in that sweatshirt, man. I like it.
I just bought it.
Nice.
First league.
Where are you from?
Norway.
Nice. Beautiful country.
Yeah, it is. Really is.
I'm going to your neighbor Iceland in a couple months.
Oh, wow, nice.
Have you been there?
Yeah, I've been.
So close, right?
Yeah.
Couple-hour flight.
It's very fun, actually.
Yeah. Can't wait.
It's actually more expensive than Norway.
I know. Hard to do, but it is, right? Yeah. I need
Bottom.
to go to Norway still too. That's way up there for me. Beautiful country.
Right.
Are you from Oslo or?
Bottom pair for John.
Got it.
No, I play 1 cent, 2 cent, man.
You live in Oslo now.
Yeah.
Cool.
Check.
And this is going to go check on this turn. River is a king.
Oh yeah, I love your nails though. Yeah, like I've gotten used to like shuffling and doing stuff with chips with them, but they were really hard to get used to in the beginning. But
And a good card for Smiley to go for it with.
1250.
I know. It is good that you don't shuffle. It's just it's bad.
Wow.
No, I know. We've all done it forever, and I'm just trying to
Should hire Andy to be your no shuffling coach. He's
Smiley is saying that he rivered king here.
master of self-discipline when it comes to avoiding chip shuffling.
Wow, and how does Johnson make that call? It's a pretty sick call by Johnson, setting the tone early. See, number 8, he's played on High Stakes Friday before. His name is Kayhan. Plays some tournaments. He's traveling here to LA, probably here to play a bunch of tournaments here in LA that are coming up. So shout out to Kayhan. I believe it's his second time on High Stakes Friday.
Yeah. Luke was there, kind of running it. Yeah. Yeah, the Fun Ocean. Yeah. I hear it's great.
The smallest piano game on there was like 10, 20 years ago. I played on there for like 3 weeks. Like, this is like, I keep getting get off of it. I told him, I was like, I love your outfit. This is not good for me.
Andy adds 20,000.
Maria with the open with the suited queen.
Not too much, but when this, I'm in his burn count. Check. Burning Man count.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're in that?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Good
Great
group.
leader. I love his
Yeah, I love Lee.
Yeah, he's the best. He plays the most well.
Does he?
He's been asking
I hear
me
that's
since-
good for you.
I met him like 10 years ago, and he has been asking me to go since.
Andy added 20.
Said I hear that's good for you if he plays with you.
He's not watching this tonight.
No. I'd be shocked.
Can I get some service involved? Yes, I would love to.
Once again, guys, thank you for
I
joining
got
in
it.
on High Stakes
Yeah,
Friday.
and the medicine
Happy
ball.
Valentine's Day.
Yes, please.
In Vegas.
Hopefully you guys send a
Thank
text
you.
message and a call to your family and friends and let them know they're appreciated.
Thanks, Wayne. Appreciate it.
Oh my god, I get murdered. It's like worse than murder.
Aw.
Wayne, they need a part.
That's going to have to be secondary to taking care of his.
And if your girlfriend or significant other is watching this stream with you right now, then you know they're a ride or die on Valentine's Day.
I guess
And
they do
probably
have
a
oat
keeper.
milk. That's exciting. I love oat
They do
milk.
have oat milk?
I mean, unless Wayne like didn't bother to ask us what we want to sub it with. Like, what if one of us was like allergic to regular milk or had a lactose thing?
Yeah, I mean, I told him almond milk otherwise, but
Yes, I think that's really
Can we
good.
straddle
too.
this round? Anyone have a problem with that?
Cocktails, anyone? Alright, round of Charlotte. Yep. 700. Seven hundo. Oh. Four players.
Bill turning top pair, top kicker, and Garrett with a straight. 1700, and we can imagine that Garrett's going to go for a check raise here, and he's going to want to get some value from kings and jacks and ace king. He's only behind one hand, which is ace queen. Here is the check raise for value. 5,500. And a tough spot for Bill, because that board is very connected. Bill's going to continue just in case Garrett is check raising with a semi-bluff hand, like some hearts with the queen in it, like a straight draw, flush draw. There's a heart, and let's see if that slows down any of the action. I think Garrett's just going to say all in and put Bill in for his 11,200. Garrett does have a 9 of hearts, so it's less likely that Bill has a made flush, just by a little bit.
10 seconds. All in. There goes, all in.
Bill does have the ace of heart blocker, the removal card. But this board has got very bad for Bill. Garrett's got his game face on, no doubt. Throws in a time chip. So those of you that are new to High Stakes Fridays, those time chips are worth a minute each. These players have 30 seconds to act on every street. After that, they get a minute per time chip. They get 5 of them, which is 1 per hour that they play. Once the time chips are all out, that means your hand will be declared dead. And Bill does make the call. He just doesn't believe Garrett, and maybe having that ace of hearts, still hasn't released it. A little bit in shock there, and Garrett's going to find the double. Shout out to Sean Guy for his donation in the YouTube chat. And every time you guys donate, it really helps Live at the Bike, and hitting that subscribe button once again in YouTube, and checking out our website and becoming a subscriber on our website. Shout out to Dan Massage. What's up, man? Once again, boys and girls, be on your best behavior in the booth. I'm going to start cleaning up the negative stuff said in the chat. So if you're saying some negative stuff, you're going to lose your chat today.
One time Andy
what's up, Eric Peterson?
Tinder match with a girl who was literally eating a chicken wing in her primary Tinder profile thing.
It's like a chicken leg.
It's like a full-grown turkey.
It was big.
It was a big ring.
Like her face wasn't small and it covered most of her face.
Really?
Yeah, it was pretty strong.
Check. Check. Never went to Tijuana.
Garrett, did you see Kurt?
You haven't been there?
Great one.
With the yo-yo? Are you going
It
up
was
and going
a
down?
life yo-yoing, I particularly appreciated it. So fucking funny.
Check.
The best part, Julie, is that the women are always so far out of his league, and he still just like finds something not to like about him, right?
And Bill gets there with the flush on the river.
Amazing, yeah.
He's gonna bet a little over the pot size and take down the pot.
That guy Leon, no, she's like thin
In
now.
former pictures, she
But
lost
for,
weight.
she said, he goes, what was that from? And he was like, a year and a half ago. He's like,
What?
that's a year and a half ago. You just can't look up. And then he
They had
texts
oat milk?
that Leon guy.
This is
Leon's
oat
like,
milk?
like that. He's like, she's yo-yo.
You gotta watch out for her. She's a fucking yo-yo, man. You never know what way she's going.
I never
And like throughout the whole episode, she's like eating shitty food. It's so great.
He goes to the main barn. He's like breaking into the main barn. He's like, all right, well, this is fine.
900.
They take like a private plane. And there's like M&M's on it. She's just scarfing him down. He's like, you gotta stop. Like, we're gonna look like pigs to the pilot.
Yeah, it's the weight of all the passengers. And he tells
Make
me,
it
he's like,
6,500.
I think 115 for you, which obviously is just- Is this the Riviera event?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you go out on the game or you just like?
My friends that I was with were betting on like random people, so we actually weren't even in the big crowds like following Tiger or anything. We were just like walking
Oh, have you gone
following
to
these
big
guys.
No, I
But no, I
got a
I didn't
guy
step
on
on
the
it.
dry out there.
Sure. What's his name?
Patrick.
Okay. How's he doing so far?
That's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
I picked him right up on.
Yeah.
It started good.
Had a good day yesterday.
600.
$2,000.
Make it 2,000. Make it 6,000.
And Maria's taking it to the streets with the king 8 of hearts on the button. And Andy with the 4-bet from the straddle. Good timing for Andy.
600,000.
And Maria's probably going to let this one go. Calling this, even though she is getting about the right equity, is pretty dangerous because if Andy is 4-bet squeezing with ace king and king queen, and she has some reverse implied odds to get stacked in those spots, and she's going to let it go. Much rather call there with something like 5-4 of hearts, 5-6 of hearts, since Andy shouldn't be 4-betting with a lot of combos of those besides the wheel aces. So less dominated hands to continue with for, say, cold 4-bet. A little bit of strategy for you guys since the table talk has died down. What's up, Metal Doctor? What's up, Derek Kino?
He actually had it before Maria even thought about it.
What's up, the real Salami? I love you too. Happy to be here with you guys.
The 6,000 was actually for Julie.
Joe Franks,
Maria making it 2,000 just made it more convenient.
Bandex,
He's like,
your resident commentator here on Friday
6,000
nights.
for sure.
Especially
Somehow Maria ended.
targeted. Huh? Yeah. I said. You know, like how,
Scared. You scared.
What's up, Swole Beach? I see you.
I'm kind of scared.
What's up, Barry Woods? If that's the real Barry Woods, I see you in the chat. What's up, Barry?
A lot.
I always think about one time Nick was like in the seat, he raised as I re-raised. That's it. That's all that happened. And he gets back to me, he looks at me, goes, "You know what you're doing, and it's disrespectful." And I was like, yeah, that was one of my favorite moments ever in poker. Like I could have literally had 2 aces. It didn't matter to him. Like, fucking so pure. Yeah. It was like the second orbit, like nothing had happened yet that day. It was amazing.
I see Haracha
Have mine on me.
in the chat. Guys, show him some love. He plays on our Tuesdays and Thursday games and has played a Friday. He says, JJ, one day I will get into this game. I believe it. And I'm rooting for you, Harach.
Make it 1650.
And here we go, another pre-flop battle. Kayhan with ace-king and starting with around 150 big blinds. Assume he's going to put in the 4-bet, and here comes the 4-bet. He knows that Andy is capable of 3-betting light and being out of line, so he's always going to put the 4-bet in here. If your player is capable, then you should be able to get your stack in a little bit easier.
I do not have it with me.
Tough spot here for Andy, now being out of position.
10 seconds.
But he does give it up. If Andy was in position, I'm pretty sure he would flat there. What's up, AK Roni? Visited the bicycle about a year ago from Alaska. I see you in the chat. Once again, I'll introduce these players for the last time today, and then I'm not going to introduce them again. Maria Ho in seat number 1 commentates the World Series of Poker, travels and plays the high-stakes tournaments, and is a cash game beast. Seat number 2 is Garrett Adelstein, known to be one of the legends of LA and of online poker. Seat number 3 is Bill Klein, has played on high-stakes poker. He donates all his winnings to charity, and whatever he loses, he matches and donates to charity. Seat number 4 is Smiley, his second high-stakes Friday debut. Seat number 5 is Andy, one of the most popular players on our show. Andy is not afraid to put his chips in and has a pretty aggressive style. Seat number 6 is John Cohen, and John Cohen is a rising star in LA. Seat number 7 needs no introduction. That is John Cynn, although he's away from the table. He won the 2000 main event championship at the World Series. And he actually was playing on some high-stake Friday episodes before that. So John's been around for a while. Seat number 8 is Kayhan. Kayhan plays some big tournaments as well. And seat number 9 is Julie Yorn, producer in Hollywood.
Yeah, now it's like the wait to get season tickets, no joke, is like 50 years. Like, you could go your whole life and like you could be on the list right now and never get them. Yeah. Most people with season tickets, like, I mean, not most, but some, even if like you love them, like, it's hard to hold on to them because you can make like mid 6 figures a year selling your seats. Like, yeah. That's for really good seats. It's like around 100 if they're like decent or whatever. Yeah.
And Kayhan's going to put in the 3-bet in the straddle round.
Like on StubHub or something? Yeah. Yeah, it's always going to cost all the money.
John in a tricky spot here. And he's going to continue. He's still ahead of hands like Ace-King and Ace-Queen, or some light 3-bets like Ace-5 and Ace-4 suited. So John has a pure continue here. 81.50 in the pot. Kayhan with about a pot and a half size in his stack. And he's going to bet super tiny. It looks like 1,800. 1,700. He really wants to keep in those over pairs. And he wants John to be able to float with hands like ace queen and ace jack with the backdoor flush draws that he has completely dominated, like ace jack and ace queen of clubs and diamonds. That's why you see him betting so small. And John's going to go for the check raise. And Kayhan is definitely doing some jumping jacks in his brain right now and fist pumping, and he's going to keep it cool on the outside and just complete with the call. $17,000 in the pot, and Kayhan with 8,200 back, so about a half pot size bet, and it's probably just going to get in there here on this turn. And an all in, and here comes a snap call. They're going to go one time. And Kayhan's going to scoop a $33,000 pot with number one. Actually, I forgot to tell you guys, the Angels, weapons of mass destruction, pocket aces.
I always forget that I like matcha. Like, I don't know why. I never really order it, but John got one, so I thought it sounds good. Yes.
John adds 12,000. He adds 12K.
I'm on. In.
Blood in the water at this point. It doesn't really make sense to go back down. It's always approach to
Still in.
600.
No, it's okay, Julie. Don't feel pressure. It's fine.
Wait, you looking at me? You got something to say? I'm sitting right here.
3 players. Yeah, Maria calls.
Bill's like, that's what I thought. Not it's
Julie,
my
how do you feel about every other? How do you feel about everything?
But you're not being that You're not being that person, Julie. This.
Yeah, we're fine.
We signed up for a certain game, and if you don't want to, then don't feel like you have to. But you're not being that
What
person.
if we did
I was.
third? Every third. There we go. And then we don't have to keep talking about it.
Oh, I gotta keep track of every third. That's cool.
Check.
Oh yeah, you're in charge, by the way.
No, you don't. No, first I gotta be here.
hasn't won a session in like 3 months, and he just keeps trying to play as big as possible. I think we're good.
Yeah.
I think we've reached an agreement of sorts. Oh.
Nice try, Garrett.
Here we go. I understand that.
No, I like starting
First
now.
thing out of his
This
hand
is
is
the
the
first
saddle.
one.
No, the last one was the first.
I'm just fucking.
I know you're not.
Like,
If it had,
I
if I
bought-
hadn't said anything, I would have laid out there. I don't know, you're kidding. If I hadn't said it, you would have laid it out there. I'm on your side.
I'm on both their sides, Julie and Bill. I feel like when I was first starting out in my poker career, I felt like a little bit of pressure to like not be that person. But like now I realize like, no, if I don't want to do something, I shouldn't. Just in life too. It's
Yeah,
just
that's
a
what I was
good,
going to say. It's just a good life.
yeah. Right, but then we said we would play 50, 50, 100. So
Yeah,
how are you
that's
killing the
what I'm
fun?
saying.
People
If you
showed
want
up
to play
playing,
that game,
thinking that they were going to play that game. Yeah.
Check. Alright. Alright. 25-50 now?
let's just keep talking about it. As long as we keep talking about it, I'm happy.
1,000.
Yeah.
Well, then we ought to have it out.
Double throttle every other.
And it was
You
only
never go to the
six-handed.
Yeah, okay.
5 blind, 6-handed. John, you have a hand.
Very Norwegian of you to call? Nah, it'd be Norwegian to raise. Norwegians don't call. It's a two-part story. Part 1, they all play very aggressive. Part 2, they all went broke 5 years ago. That's it.
End of story.
Yeah.
No sequel.
Very short story, yeah.
Not like Terminator Part 2.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're playing with a Scandinavian in 2020, you should be very scared. Very few left.
A limp from Maria, and Garrett with 2 9s is going to make it 900, and Bill with very good starting hand is going to come along.
Just so you know.
No, that's super reasonable.
You're in a good spot to do it, Bill. You're to his left, direct left.
Disrespectful.
I'm going to keep it a secret who I'm coming for, so nobody can retaliate.
I'm coming for everybody but Maria.
I'm just gonna try not to get myself.
You're going to try not to come after yourself and level yourself.
Damn it, John. Keep it together.
Garrett with the overpair is going to keep betting here.
You would think
You would think.
Usually other opponents don't get involved.
You would think it would just be like so easy. You just show up and like just
It
play
says,
your A game.
let it be, like,
You know,
like
you know how to
Beatles
play
song,
your
but
best
not
poker. You should just do it.
because I
But
love the
none of us
Beatles so
do
much.
it.
It's like
It's just
the same.
you have this little
general,
voice inside of us that go, "Let's go all in."
New boyfriend.
20. I think 20 is good.
Yeah.
Personally. Like, 20 is.
Let it be somebody else.
To think.
Let it be. It's funny.
Yeah.
I like the ones that say property
Like,
up
if you're
with the
like-
arrow pointing down.
Oh, God.
Yeah, there's like implosion, there's like auto drive, which is, definitely not a game.
Yeah, would you ever get a tattoo? You would never get a tattoo in video games.
I mean, part of the reason why I wouldn't is because I just change my mind about everything
That's
all
my
the time.
reason, yeah.
If
My body is a temple.
Just every few years, I'm like, oh my god, that
Ugh.
was so stupid that shit.
I can't remember one year of my life where I don't look back and be like, why? What a terrible year this
Because like
was.
every few years, my interest
If I were to get
kinda
one, it'd be a
changed. Or at least
wedding
up until
ring.
now, they have maybe as I've gotten older, they will stabilize a little bit. But
Do you want to get married?
the stuff
But
I
you could
used to
have
do
like
when I was 20.
you could have like a
One
timeline.
or two.
Like, this is the
Yes,
stupid shit
very
I liked
much.
when I was 20,
Are you?
But like
and then
one
I
or two.
graduated.
Or
No,
if you're just
not
somebody
close.
that doesn't regret things like that, you get one, you know.
It's alright. Not dead yet.
I'm
Just like any
I would get a wedding tattoo.
You don't like the travel
wedding
ones?
tattoo.
I don't
Yeah.
mind
You also want a child
Yeah,
or two.
Mostly, yes. I wouldn't say like definitively, but yeah,
Yeah.
I can see it.
It's been more of a recent thing for me
Oh, yeah?
deciding like I know. Like I used to be like probably, but now
Yeah.
I know it's something whether it happens or not, I know I want.
What do you think is the
Do what?
main
Tattoo?
reason that you shifted from to probably?
I can give you one concrete reason.
Okay.
Even though like the weight of it may not be that big, and that's my sister having a son. Now too. It's just sickest human being alive.
I don't.
That's awesome.
And I just see her and her husband, who I'm really close with, too, just like how much joy it
Like cereal.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, of course. I actually
Like,
kind of forgot.
Good
everyone
reason.
says their kids are everything, but I don't trust that. But my
But you-
sister, yeah, they wouldn't lie to me. Like, if
I wouldn't lie to you.
Make it
if it
1400.
sucked, they'd let me know.
Right.
They'd tell me. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
They love you there.
Or if it was like good and bad, but lots of, it's like,
How many times have you like met him and hung out with him?
oh, a lot.
A lot.
I mean, yeah, so he just turned 2. Probably
Yeah.
10 trips, 50 total days. A lot. That's why we've been doing a lot of trips together lately, actually. I actually convinced her and her husband to go to Coachella for the first time this year, which is like a pretty aggressive move. You got a 2-year-old at home, right?
It's
I'm
pretty
very
aggressive.
proud of them.
I've never been to Coachella myself, so that's how aggressive I think those things
It's
are.
like Burning Man, but way more intense.
No, it's less than rated. Yeah.
Yeah.
3200.
Cohen
Like
picking
Burning
up,
Man,
picking up the.
That's too intense for me. I wouldn't want to do Burning Man. Just because you have to like be out there camping, right, for most of the time.
Well, not you, man. You're rich. You'd get the sickest RV you can buy,
Well, even an RV is like something
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
really
think
hard.
I'd want.
Like, no, that's too rough.
This ain't five star hotel. Help me out.
And then you have to what?
Nah, I do an RV.
So you know
I've
when
done camping.
helicopter back.
Yeah, that.
Yeah,
Well-
that's a great way to get the full experience, bro. Just heli back and forth. every
Yeah,
day.
yeah.
Except I don't want to ride in any
Not for me,
helicopters.
this Burning Man nonsense.
Cynn will get you, man. He'll convince you by the end of the day.
It is for you and me both. What are we doing, Phil?
I think it's worth trying for anybody. Almost anybody.
How much
Anybody,
you got so
anybody
far?
except for
20?
Cohen.
30? Probably cheaper than that, man. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Like almost 20.
You could do it for 20, yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah.
It is.
Totally, yeah. Costco's a great place like that. Every socioeconomic group fucking loves Costco. What's not to love? I like
They have
going.
good mattresses.
What's that?
So they're good mattresses.
Mattresses?
Yeah. Costco brand mattresses.
I believe it.
Solid. Great
Kirkland,
value.
man, their
They have
stuff's
great
quality.
vodka and great pizza.
Yeah.
Are we sponsored? By,
Yeah.
is this show sponsored by
Yeah,
Costco?
I was gonna say, we're really
I
talking
only
it
got-
up right
Am I
now.
100?
Is it like
I'm
the
100,
meatballs
100?
at IKEA?
Yeah. Yes,
The meatballs at IKEA.
they're real. Those are real good.
The Swedish.
300. Talking shit about a sweets?
No, we're actually singing the praises
I was gonna support you.
of their ingenuity between IKEA and serving meatballs at IKEA. It's like a one-stop shop.
11?
11 hundo. Spotify
They should actually stop selling furniture and just sell the meatballs, I think.
Heads up. So you don't like IKEA?
No, I'm just kidding.
No, I mean,
It's good
IKEA's
for one.
brilliant. It's a brilliant concept.
Wow, we're going to see a big pot here because this is a 3-bet pot, and Garrett
All my
flopped the
furniture
wheel.
in college was from
And
IKEA.
Julie has 2 overs with a flush draw.
3,500.
Wow, and Garrett
You would think they
is
make it
putting Julie on an overpair, and he's just going to bet really big.
actually not that easy
Or maybe we're just
for
terrible
some
and
people.
it is easy.
Garrett is
Yeah.
targeting Julie's overpairs not to fold this flop, knows that there's very dangerous cards
For sure.
like diamonds, straight cards, flush cards that Julie would not like on the
Like
turn.
you finish it and there's like a leg on the side, like
Julie with still 2 overs. It's pretty interesting that Garrett chose that sizing.
You get a lot of stiff parts as well.
Yeah.
You're supposed to use.
What the nice is you can't even move the things. Like once you put together like a bookcase and you set it on the wall, good luck trying to move it and falling apart.
yeah.
10 seconds.
Julie with 2 pot sizes back, which means she has
And that one piece that shouldn't be out there is out.
2x the size of the pot in her stack just about, and Garrett's going to bet 7,500. So Julie has to risk 7,500 to win that 17 in the middle, so she's not getting the right price. But she does have implied odds, so if she hits that diamond, she knows she'll most likely get the double, and she's going to throw in a time chip. She gets an extra minute to think it over. Garrett really bringing the poker face today. And Julie's going to wisely give this one up.
I should really give it, my first instinct was to get rid of the card. The longer I thought about it, the more I thought.
And it was in the first half hour again.
Again,
So good.
you know, I think you're really,
Alright, Bill's forfeiting.
I'm 0 for 9. Like, I'm 0 for 9. Oh, yeah.
Alright, Andy's forfeiting too.
Bill believes that if you think long, you think wrong,
Yeah,
so
and I've
he's
been- I'm-
done
I'm-
with it.
And that's the only thing I've been right about 9 times in a row. Every time I talk myself into it.
Alright. You guys
I play wrong every time.
I'm too shook, man. I need an occasional time thing. Oh.
You let me know when you're ready to stop voting. I'm throwing every fucking pot of conflict, alright? Maybe play not quite so well.
300. Make it 1,500. Oh. Supply time. Heads up.
I've only gotten like kings, can't get the aces.
Check. 1,300.
And John here with 2 aces, number 1. Not a great board
It's alright.
for
You
aces.
guys should try it sometime.
Raise it. 5,000.
And John's going to put in the raise.
I've never played it like that.
John has number 1 here.
I've never been to Vegas.
I've never been to Vegas. I'm going to Vegas this summer. Yeah.
And we're going to see a turn.
It's fucking, it's cool.
13,000.
It's cool to go.
350 in the pot. Andy with 18% equity with an open-ended straight draw.
The The first time I
spent so much time
John
in
with the
Vegas
bullets.
for all the things, including partying. Like even partying for me in Vegas.
yeah.
I still enjoy it, but
And John looks like he's going to continue bidding here.
But I feel like the first time you go to this series is like, it's pretty cool.
He doesn't have the ace of spades, so Andy can have a bunch of flush draws as well, containing the ace. 7,000 to go, about half the size of the pot. John leaves himself back with another 7,000 to smoothly jam on clean rivers. And Andy gives it up.
What do you
fine.
like to do?
Yeah. I'd like
What do you like to do? You can drink anywhere.
Play some soccer.
Soccer?
Yeah, but soccer's probably not the big thing here.
Well, the more
Nah.
sophisticated of us like soccer.
All 6 of the people.
Yeah.
Or 60
On
people.
that.
I don't think there's much soccer in Vegas, especially over the summer.
Well,
LA's got a soccer team, you know that?
yeah, I was there.
Oh, you went
Yeah,
to a
they had
Galaxy game, yeah?
Yeah, for the they had Ibrahimovic.
Yep.
We found his.
Nice. Is Svedka Swedish? Norwegian? Swedish, right? Svedka?
Yeah,
I think it's Swedish.
yeah. It is.
Yeah.
It's probably American.
I think he's lying.
It's like Taco Bell.
This guy's from Texas. Yeah.
Lakers outfit on it.
Right. Dude, you can play anyway, man. Even if you're from Texas, it's cool. Yeah.
Oh, you're not a fan of the Lakers?
No, I'm not a fan of Norway.
It's a very polarizing country, Norway.
Yeah. Trying to make a good impression with the Lakers.
Yeah, look at me, everybody. Team America.
I'm one of you guys.
Lakers.
Yeah.
Even wear your cup we drink.
Andy with top set of queens. And let's see how Andy proceeds. They're not extremely deep here, so Andy can slow play here. He can also put in a check raise since there's a lot of cards that he's not going to want to see on the turn, like a king or an 8 that complete jack 10 or even a 10 for Johnson's gut shot. A big check raise from Andy, and I really like this. He goes almost 5x. He's really charging John's draws, and he says, John, if you want to peel to draw it on me, I'm going to make you pay for it. And John does give it up.
What county do you live in? And what's the population of Orange?
That I don't know.
It's big, though.
Yeah, it is pretty big.
It's crazy how LA, Orange, San Bernardino, and San Diego counties all are absolutely massive. Like
Yeah,
the
population.
4 combined are just insane.
That's when you said, you know, big cities, I'm going big cities.
Yeah. At least we don't have the traffic stuck here.
That's true.
Yeah.
We got no place to go.
No roads, right?
You got that going for you.
US.
Make it
There's a lot.
1,500. We don't even have casinos.
Pretty interesting, though. Casinos, such a liberal country.
Yeah, I think the state has a monopoly of the gambling. Casinos are
What can you gamble on then there? Just lottery
like
or
sports betting, lottery.
sports betting? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
But all the profits go to like children's soccer teams and handball.
What about like horse racing? You bet on that?
Yeah.
All the profits go to handball.
Like teams. Yeah.
Specifically.
Handball, soccer, whatever. All sports.
Actually, I'm so happy I came today. This is I'm having more fun.
Bucket with the early.
But
Julie,
I already know what my max loss is.
I assume
Are
you
you okay with that?
you've seen American Factory already too.
I'm more,
No, I haven't seen it yet.
walking out empty. I got a wallet.
I'm telling you, Garrett, nobody's more like,
On it than me.
yeah, really.
Nothing to do.
No, I
All
mean,
the time and nothing to do.
isn't that like a lot of people with a lot of time in their life?
I mean, when you only have to work 1 day a week, you know what I mean? You got a lot of free time on your hands, Garrett.
Everyone else is playing poker, building empires, I'm grinding Netflix.
Binging on
Is it great?
I thought American Factory was spectacular. What a great.
I can't call.
Did anyone at this table see that yet?
No.
Anyway, it's a Netflix documentary, and it just shows a Chinese company that buys one of the old, like, I think it's Chrysler plants in Ohio, Dayton, Ohio, and then, like, the Chinese people and the American former auto work employees work together. It's absolutely
I saw a
That's
preview for that,
interesting.
trailer for that. Looked really good.
super good. There's some really funny parts. They have, like, scenes in it where they show, like, Chinese management educating other Chinese that have moved to Dayton, right, on how American culture works, and they just give like all these stereotypes that are almost entirely spot on. You know, they're like, in America, everyone's parents teach them that they're very special, so they all think they're really special. And you should act accordingly. Like, it's just like a million other things like that. It's so funny. Yeah.
Like patriotic and things. Yeah,
Yes.
I remember.
In Norway,
Yeah, like it was like American.
it's like a coloring book.
Not everybody has healthcare.
Yeah.
Not everybody gets healthcare or education. Like,
Most of the workers in this documentary, the American ones, are like, let's just say they're out of shape. Like, they just fit the stereotype like so hard, you know. Like,
900.
They're walking around like they're giving cargo shorts and shirts and things.
yeah, I'm making it seem like it's like funny, but it's not really funny at all.
It's
Yeah,
actually a very
And Maria here with 2 aces. Number 1.
society works this way.
yeah.
A lot less tension.
I like to call them
Yeah,
angels
there's a lot of
because
moments of
they're
darkness,
usually
but a
here
lot
to
of
save your
moments of
stack.
connection, like you say in the movie too.
Is there like a language barrier in terms?
Course,
Yeah.
And look at Maria go. She's betting and holding a conversation.
Chinese workers, I mean, they're making minimum wage, so they can't speak English.
Playing these aces very deceptive. Julie with 2 overs and backdoor equity of straight draws and flush draws is going to continue to that 1/3 sizing on the flop. Complete brick here for Julie, and Maria's probably going to bet something like 2/3 the size of the pot to get called by some draws and or a 10. So something around 2,800, I would say, to 3,200 seems about right.
Actually met him through random calls 4 years ago.
24.
24 it is.
I had it, Julie. It. The it. Yeah.
Wow, what?
I really had a good conversation. Randomly small world, man.
like more, man? The Swedish or the Finnish?
All of the Finnish guys are cool.
Way better, huh?
Those Finnish guys.
Yeah.
300.
They're very happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye. Check.
Yeah, I bet you were like. This is good.
Call.
Look at these girls here. Three guys.
400.
I've never been, but I do want to go.
Yeah.
Sweden and Norway. And,
I want to go to Denmark. I want to go to
yeah,
Copenhagen.
Denmark. I've been to Copenhagen.
Copenhagen's cool.
I feel Copenhagen's
Overrated?
Stockholm's better. But a lot of people disagree with me though. But I'm like
10 seconds.
obviously the only one who thinks Godfather 1 is better than 2.
Godfather One?
Call.
Yeah.
I like Godfather One.
Yeah, me too. I've only seen one. I haven't seen 2.
It's a great movie.
And Bill is going for some very thin value with ace queen, and Garrett's going to call with the tiny pair of threes, and he's good.
The really old movies I'm just not into, so that's why I haven't gotten around to them.
Hope you guys are enjoying all the table talk and enjoying my balanced commentary game.
Now it's just
Like,
so
you don't
boring.
watch movies, I guess, like Citizen Kane and stuff.
Yeah, no.
I still think like anything after 1960 is like recent. Like I'm cool with it.
That's what I'm saying. He's
But
saying
50s and
Godfather's
below, I
really
struggle
old.
with.
I'm like,
Oh,
that's
50s.
to me.
Whoa,
I
whoa,
don't know.
whoa.
There's a lot of good movies from the 60s that I enjoy, but 50s is where it's harder.
It's an interesting line of thought.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
I would probably see the
I think the 50s was a sort of weak decade for movies.
Yeah, maybe that was it.
50s, is that when Charlie Chaplin was one?
No, that was early.
That was like 20s, man.
Oh, wow.
Get it together.
Don't make me
This
come
is
over here.
like-
Toy Story 1 was a long time ago.
Don't make me
We
watch
don't
that.
learn
By
history.
the way,
no.
Charlie Chan wasn't a small movie.
Yeah, how's Gladiator?
Gladiator.
You okay with that?
I guess 50s would be like Jimmy Stewart.
I like the movies from the early 2000s and the late 90s, but not like the 80s or the 70s.
Like, does anyone even remember when Fast and Furious 1
Yeah, I remember.
came out?
Yeah.
I'm scared.
That was like a million years ago. No, I think that the best movies I think are from the 70s. I think you need to
Really?
like
Maybe I just don't
Deep
give them a
dive.
chance.
Who was the guy?
Shampoo, Heaven to Wait,
72, I
Godfather.
think.
What are the other ones?
I mean, that's talk about a class.
300.
It's a very good movie.
Have you seen that, John? Godfather?
I saw it, like I said, I told them I saw it one time.
Yeah,
but
I have.
It was a long time ago, so I need to see it again to really.
Rocky was
Give my
77,
rating.
I think. Saturday Night Fever. Those are all great movies.
The Rocky movies I like.
Movie fan, if
The
you
Rocky
like a
movies I like.
movie.
You wouldn't like Saturday Night Fever. You would like Godfather. But
You like Saturday Night Fever?
he wouldn't. I know this guy.
Okay.
You
Four players.
He doesn't know.
you shouldn't see most movies from the 70s, so you won't like them.
Check.
That's what I always figured.
Check. 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 Here.
What do you want me to do?
You should
Yeah,
try
chip.
Godfather.
Is that my chip?
Yeah,
Sure. Check.
the exception.
What was he doing there?
Wanted to show you. Check. Check.
Third one is
There's 3 or 4.
3.
Smiley with the turn king.
I liked it.
700.
It's not like a
Wasn't it the one with
amazing
Sophia
movie.
Coppola and Andy Garcia? You can't compare it to Brando.
And John Cynn with the old school check and raise.
You like
The
that?
gut shot.
I haven't seen it.
Sure.
Oh yeah. That was good. That was good. I almost got to it on Netflix
Have you
a
seen?
month ago.
Have you seen like Scorsese's movies, like Goodfellas and
I've seen
Casino?
Goodfellas and Casino.
I'm sure you've seen
Yeah.
Casino.
Casino I like.
Yeah, you don't like Goodfellas?
You love Departed,
I
I'm
don't
sure.
remember Goodfellas that much. I know I've seen it, but
Departed, you
Casino's
love.
really
Departed
one
I
of the
love,
best
yeah.
movies ever. I mean,
Wolf of Wall Street, you
Goodfellas.
love.
I love that one.
Goodfellas is one of the best movies ever made.
guy.
Garrett knows this.
Even his like movies that aren't as good. Shutter Island. Have you seen that with
I
Leah?
saw that
That
one,
movie's so good too.
but
Cape Fear.
I just saw that.
Cape Fear, incredible movie.
Some of them I've seen, and I've seen Shutter Island, but I kind of forgot what. I know he's like trapped in that like hospital or whatever.
There's a big twist at the end.
And it's going to go check on this river.
I googled and he
Smiley's king is going to win.
was so annoying.
What Shutter Island?
Shutter Island.
Yeah, you have to like piece it back together, right? Like Fight Club.
I was sure somebody had like found out. But no.
The end of Shutter Island, man. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah.
Don't have mine on there.
Don't spoil it. I think I'm watching Monday. Wait a minute.
You do that a lot. I always see
Well,
movies
on the
like opening
stream, you gotta
weekend.
think you're spoiling.
I don't
it.
even remember movies that I
For
see
sure,
half the
right?
time, so it's not gonna spoil it for me.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's what we're all concerned about. Yeah. It's flipping it for JC.
300.
Sammy, you look clean, buddy. Well done on the haircut. I was wondering, is he gonna get a fucking haircut? Came through for me.
Every other Friday.
Make it 1,500.
Get a haircut every other week.
Talking to you, man. Keep it tight, buddy. Keep it tight next week.
Make it 4,200.
And John with the 3-bet from the small blind, and Kayhan, who had aces in this exact spot earlier, now with 2 10s.
10 seconds.
And John says, let's see a flop. These equities are running quite close here. John outflopping Kayhan. Kayhan can check this, but he can bet this small with full range here. Looks like he's going to bet small here with full range. Quarter pot bet to 2,200. John is going to put in the smooth call.
Julie,
So
how
way
often
ahead,
do you
way behind
play?
situation here for John. Because although his hand is really strong, he's still
Yeah.
behind aces, kings, and ace king. And John's hand gets even stronger here on this turn.
You have to take a little higher.
Trip kings.
Where you going?
I'm going to Atlanta to do a TV show.
And this is going to go check.
Do you feel like the 7 of spades is there's like a nick in the middle? Maybe it's just the light, the way the light's hitting into my angle. Yeah, I don't know what it looks like on the other side, but
And John with the check mark. And if he bets here, he's trying to get value from like aces and pocket queens. Those are the main hands he's targeting here. He's going to put in the bet of 6,000, looks like. 5,800. And Kayhan with the fault. What's up, Ramsey Do? I see you in the chat. Ramsey asks who's up and who's down. I will get that up after this commercial brought to you by Manscaped. How about that, Ramsey Do?
It's one on one shot, not a future is yours. Go!
And 20% off and free shipping with the code LATB at manscaped.com. And I know you're going to get tilted in the chat. I'm about to get flamed because we have a commercial, but I wanted to share my balanced strategy once again in grooming and talk to you about some new products I've personally been using from our new sponsor, Manscaped. I've used a bunch of tools before on Below the Belt Grooming, and Manscaped is GTO for the family jewels. No more nicks and snags, and I know y'all felt the pain before, and that is gone forever. Look good, feel good, play good. Also, these deodorants are money. The moisturizers for your private parts, they make you smell good all day and feel fresh, and I think they are incredible. But most importantly, my wife loves them, which means, you know what that means. And it is Valentine's Day, and it's time to get Manscaped. It's 2020, so boys and girls in the chat, if you want to get this for a boyfriend, husband, boys in the chat, want to look good, use a promo code LATB. Make sure you visit manscaped.com. We're going to get back to the action.
They're gangster nicknames. They're like the opposites.
There's only two places. Yeah.
Like a Scorsese nickname, Smiley?
Your nickname is Smiley.
Raise it up. 6. It's not good if it's there. Not good.
Hey, here comes Smiley.
Yeah, then it's a kind of like an opposite. He's the opposite of Smiley, if it's impressive.
Like, you don't mess with our friend Smiley. You live in LA? You live in LA?
It's not too late.
Yeah,
It's not too
that's
late.
no, it is. I'm done. That's all I got. Taking some in Norway.
One zinger every hour, though. That's good enough.
That's all you get to.
One zinger an hour, though. That's all you
Well, I guess we used to like have like also.
Yeah. After the stream, they turn off the lights.
No, I know.
It's actually a lot better.
Bill, you're just writing it down in your phone so you can use them again next time.
Oh, yeah.
You're like, what did I say? That was okay.
I kind of like the little one. Just 'cause then I don't need to move them that much when I'm looking at them. This one I
I
have to
can't even
yank
tell
the
the
top one
difference.
all the way up. So it's covering the other one.
I can't like sometimes I'll think if I was straight and stuff that it's suited because I can't see it now.
And Garrett's going to win that one with one pair.
Do you ever play in Times or any of those casinos?
If those
You would
summers
have
are
thought
over
that it
there.
was higher, but like by a lot though, or not? Yeah.
Alpha Caliente. The cards are really good with all like
Right, right.
cards people don't look at and they're old people that they focus. So the
Bill, you'll be at Commerce to play the upcoming events. See you there. I mean, we're the ones who showed up for. Huh. We're the ones who showed up for the Gardens WPT 500 like about 7 times, so I figured.
Yeah, but it's like
I might play your name.
you can't see close.
Wow, Garrett, are you really going to grace us with your presence?
Try and impress you, though.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to be like, wow, I really had this Garrett guy wrong. This guy was real good.
Right, and then 3 hours of the tournament, you're just punting. You're like, you know what,
That
actually,
is valuable.
I don't
Can't
like
enjoy
this.
it.
I know, but when I think when you do it, you have
Surrender.
Just leave the chips on the table.
Surrender.
And I know you guys just saw the graphics,
They
but
had
I'll
that, million
read
here.
them out. Garrett is up 28,000.
1100. Wow,
Kayhan
that's a
up
good one right
10,000. Julia is up 1,300, and the rest of the players are so far in the red. So we have 3 winners. But
And
we
the
do
25
have
days
3.5 hours left of High Stakes Friday.
For sure the best in LA. But
And John with another 3-bet here. John is
yeah, during LA.
probably has the highest 3-bet frequency on the table, I would assume.
No, I won't play anything this weekend, but I'll start playing some of the prelims. Like they have some of their like they're starting to up the buy-ins a little bit and have bigger guarantees on their prelims. So I'll go out for those. But do you play many tournaments at all?
It's really hard for me. Like, I can get away for like 6 hours for a cash game, but it's hard for me.
Right. Yeah.
It's a one day thing. I go during the series. I always do. I do love the ladies and I
Yeah.
4 or 4 days.
Yeah. They have a good one coming up. It's 1,100 buy-in, 1 million guaranteed, and there's
might be able to
multiple
find one,
starting
like,
dates, but the
at the
whole
tournament.
tournament is only a 2-day tournament. So
Oh,
yeah, they have like 4 or 5 starting days. It starts next Wednesday, and then day 2's on Sunday. So you could play like, you could play Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, and then come back for day 2 on Sunday, and then they play to a winner on Sunday.
Yeah. But usually it'll be like
I believe
a big group.
noon or
Like
1.
they'll have like 10, 15 people.
It should take probably like 6.
And they'll just like hand off the money to
Oh, and we'll be a
whoever's
good
still
one.
in. And if that person
nice.
busts, they'll just hand the money to somebody else.
Cancels each other. That's true. That could be very jarring. Although you would be in a really great, like, meditative state to play. You'd be so zen.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the better games.
I don't like sometimes fun.
I like it when they're weekends and then like 2 days. The problem is during the week, like I got a business call, I can't step away, it's really hard. I try to get away.
You don't play the World Series.
No, I do. I try and get away that time of year. I take like time off.
All 25.
It's really, I can only really do that once a year.
That's the best one.
Thankfully, I'm busy with work. I mean,
Bill and Smiley both with top pair. And Andy's the one going for it. Andy's just drawing to a queen and 7% equity, but he is betting into 2 players. They're already with the call. 9,100 in the pot.
Same but different.
River is an ace.
I don't play a lot of tournaments.
And Bill checks it over to Andy.
I get in there.
you and John.
The World Series main I always play, and then LAPC, I like to play that one too sometimes. So this year I'll check.
And Andy does check.
It's so funny when I'm in Vegas in June. I always stay at the Encore, but I love playing at the Wynn events because like you're in such a nice environment.
Yes.
And I can't, the thing is the Rio.
I know.
They're gonna move
They
it.
gotta rehab it here
In
soon.
like
It's
2 years,
under
I
new
think.
ownership. They gotta do something with it.
Caesar's got it or somebody got it?
Once again,
Yeah,
guys,
Caesars owns it
make
now,
sure you
but-
guys check out manscaped.com. Put in the promo code
I know we all
LATB.
get so excited, and then
It's one of the
we're all-
ways you support Live at the Bike. You can hit the subscribe button in the YouTube chat. Thank you very much. Going to our website and becoming a subscriber as just supporting us. It's $19.99 a month. That's another way to support Live at the Bike. And also going on Manscaped if you guys need the tools and putting in the promo code LATB and getting 20% off and free shipping helps us. We are a small business. We are operating owners here at Live at the Bike.
Definitely not.
We are not owned by the casino.
Feels
We are a separate company.
dangerous.
And then people started running, right? And then everybody started running.
Garrett with the flush drawn. Just going to bet and take it down from Andy. And we are in a straddle round, so this game has got it even bigger. It's 50-50, 100 with a $100 big blind ante and a $200 straddle. So $500 in every pot. These players are going to be fighting for the money.
Covers their chips.
Rather die than lose this hand.
Dead giveaway there.
We've definitely heard stories like where the guy like had the heart attack at the table and everybody was like kept playing.
Man's dead, hand's dead.
Like, all right. Like, what are we gonna do with this?
Someone call the floor. What do we do?
He died first. Yeah. Does he have these all 5 times? Wow.
One of the very first times I played in the ladies event, Vanessa Russo was at my table, and I guess she had vertigo and she didn't really know at that time, but she looked down at her hand and then she just like, the room started spinning on her and she just passed out right on the table, and like we couldn't really like get her to like come to for a while. Like it was pretty scary, but the funny part after the fact, because she's okay obviously, was that we turned over her hand and she had aces, which was pretty funny. She had she were like, oh, and then the joke thanks was just like, oh, she fainted because she had aces. She got so excited. Yeah. But
Well, I was at the Dutch State Tuesday night.
Nobody cares, Bill. Just kidding.
When what happened?
wow, I've never seen this side of Cynn before. I mean,
Deserves it.
Yes, out of all of the people here, Bill definitely deserves your lip.
John, don't fold you the straddle. Carry on, Bill.
Look at those faces.
I'd rather not. And
Don't worry, I'm going to raise his straddle just for you.
I'm actually probably the
600.
most interested in his story out of everybody. That's the funny part.
Probably true.
Yeah.
I'm going to defend your honor, Bill, since you defended mine with my water against Garrett.
water and the Valentine thing. And when the St. Louis players, about 12 minutes into the game, entered the ship as a TV timeout, he goes back to the bench, he reaches for a water bottle, he collapses on the bench, and the teammates are calling for the medics and
And Andy in the mix today, he's definitely taking it to the streets. Another light 3-bet, and we've seen him light 4-bet today.
doctors that come out.
Andy in the mixer.
Down to the locker room, both benches clear. They take him to the hospital, and the St. Louis Blues had their dad's trips. All the dads were with him up in the suite. They traveled with him. And his dad came down from the hospital. He was over at UCI still the last 3 days. They postponed the game.
Call?
Oh, call.
We all left.
Oh, wow.
I mean, neither team. They left it up to St. Louis, and they said, well, we can't play now. We don't know if the guy's dead or not.
Oh, my God.
So the Ducks said, we'll
Maria's going to make the call, having Andy dominated.
they'll pick it up from 7 minutes left in the first period. I won the one. But
Is
it's,
the guy
That's
okay?
crazy.
say again?
Is the guy okay?
He's,
26.
They did something to him at the hospital, and he seems to be in great condition. So it's like,
Andy with the C-bet on a dry board with some good backdoor equity.
but Klein is like a 19-year veteran, playing a long time. He's one of those kind of really quality players that you always like to see on the court. And I mean, it's one of those kind of things that we're like, and it was kind of funny because you see him slipping off the bench, you know, while he lost his footing, but he literally passed out. And they knew there was a big problem. My son-in-law is the emergency backup goalie for the Ducks. He sits in the stands. And if you couldn't see what player it was, you could look at the equipment to go to the locker room. So that's his phone in case they would be the backup, backup kind of thing.
Yeah, he jumped.
It turned out to be a defenseman. But even still, it was the weirdest thing. I've never experienced anything like that. I mean, I've seen guys get hurt.
Wait,
Puck in the face or, catch a stick or hit his head on the ice, right. Helmet comes off. So I've seen heads up, but I've never seen anybody just sit on the bench and almost literally die.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's pretty scary.
They just have backups of backups, like sitting in the stands, like just in case something happens.
Yeah, each team now has to have one for home and one for visitor. They have to have 2 guys, goalies, that have played at college level or what have you.
And if this goes check one more time, Smiley's going to win with king high. Because his kicker plays, but Kayhan feels like he can still. This one is going to bet 500.
And like once or twice a year, somewhere in the league, what will happen is the starting goalie
Smiley has not folded yet, though.
might have gotten injured. They're flying in the guy in minor leagues, so they have 2 goals. Good guy to have 2 goalies dressed. And the guy misses playing
10 seconds.
and then the other goalie gets pulls a hamstring and warm up.
Right, and they got it.
And a call here.
So whoever's in the stands goes to the parking lot where they can park with the ENCORE
And what a great call by Smiley. Calling with king high.
in the locker room, watch the game.
Very nice. Smiley's second week in a row on High Stakes Friday.
So with about 8 minutes left in the game, the Chicago Blackhawks are going to play Jets. And the goalie winds up pulling his hamstring or whatever. And so they're sitting there, and out through the locker room, through the walkway from the locker room, comes this guy. He's got no number, he's got nothing on him, Goes out there, the coach has no idea who the guy is. The guy goes out, makes about 4 saves in the last 10 minutes of the game. And I mean, 4 more like really good saves to the point where even the Winnipeg players were coming up and slapping his pad.
8?
For someone dressed. And he was named the #1 star of the game. Wow. And afterwards they had to say nobody knew what his name was. And they go,
raise from John and has Johnson dominated in clubs. But a very good flop for Johnson with an open-ended straight draw, backdoor flush draw. And Johnson putting his hair up in the man bun. Watching Johnson play on stream gets me a little tilted because I did cut my long hair a couple months ago, and now I miss my long hair. So shout out to Johnson.
Actually, there was one golfer's like girlfriend, I think, was like watching, but I wasn't near the big crowds. Like my friends that were
They're sweating every hole.
they were sweating the holes of like these like no-name guys that
So
were.
they were walking the course with individual
Yeah,
guys.
exactly. Yeah. So we were walking the course, so that was cool, but
That wasn't cool.
we were avoiding the big crowds. I mean, it was nice not being in the big crowds. Like I don't necessarily like being in the big crowds.
You don't have it in you to walk 3 miles.
Ace king for Smiley here.
It was supposed to be cold and it wasn't.
Smaller 3-bet sizing versus Bill. He's in position and doesn't want to build a fold. Wants to keep him in the pot with that sizing. And Julie also with ace king. And it looks like Julie's going to come in for the 4-bet, the cold 4-bet. And it looks like she's going to put in something like 5,700-ish.
Yeah, it's 250,000 people a day, biggest party on earth. Never seen more like attractive people in your life. It's like not a golf tournament. You've been?
4,600 actually. Never an easy spot when you face a cold 4-bet and you're holding ace king, because the hands that they're repping are aces and kings and some queens. And Smiley's going to give it up, and well done by Julie to get the same hand to fold with her aggressive play. Shout out to Matt Dornfield, old school live at the biker in the chat. Wisco Baron, OEO, what's up? Patrick Kern, our graphics engineer. Brian Arakaki, rocking the live at the bike
like Bill
account.
loves that environment. Cannot wait to get in there.
Back in the days when they used to have the caddy racing on that number 16, that par 3 stadium. They'd all tee off and then the caddies would run and slide into the front of the green. They were finally put into that. Race 400.
It's like a club on the 16.
It is.
Thousands of people.
Players, you hit a halfway, hit a bad shot, 20,000 people are booing.
Yeah, they just boo. They don't even know who you are.
I hope my kid wants to become a golfer. Like if he wants to pick any sport to go pro, I would support golf like out of any sport.
Especially women. That's where you make the
Raise from Andy, and
golf is where
Julie going to play her ace queen a little sneaky with just a flat.
Okay. I don't follow golf that much.
It doesn't get the team play, which is the problem. They don't know. I mean, they're on the golf channel. So maybe 2 or 3 tournaments a year they'll wind up with 160. Raise 21. The women's U.S. Open or something. Right. Outside of that, 25.
John with the nut, Johnson that is, with the nut flush draw is going to raise Andy's small bet of 600, and he's going to make it 2,100 to go.
It's not really like the money thing for me. It's more just like I feel like for a sport, like it has a lot like longevity wise and injury wise. I wouldn't want my kids to be playing in a sport where they could get extremely injured. And if they're going to put their whole life and dedicate it to a sport, then I want them to be able to play it for longer.
Soccer's a good one.
Soccer's decent too, for sure. I don't really like any like contact sports though in general. Like even though soccer is minimal compared to other sports, some other sports.
Individual sports I think are great for like building like mental endurance.
Right,
and,
for
like,
sure.
Emotional resilience.
Yeah. So.
But yeah, I agree with
Want
you.
tournament a little
Anything
golfer.
but football, really.
Yeah.
Just
I wouldn't let my kids play
What if he's
football.
the punter?
I mean,
Save his-
That's a pussy
Yeah.
position. No punter
Right.
in this house.
You can make a lot of money just having a good life.
Where's our punter?
Garrett.
Oh, he's coming.
Ah.
I think you know him. You might know him.
Yeah, it's seat 6. He keeps making too many hands. Give him a couple hours.
300. Yeah. Just after stream is when I really give it away.
There's this. It's all about the time.
Like it's the end of the day. Time to get this money.
You're like, I don't want to have to walk back over to the cage and yeah. That's,
Call her up and, you gotta do all that.
I think
So
it's
much
a little
easier to
bit
walk
weird,
right
'cause I
from
keep
here
it
to
in
the
my
500.
Multi-way action
didn't read any of my
on this super dry board. John betting the best hand and taking it down.
Waiting to snap pull back. Please don't raise. Please don't raise. Please don't raise.
He wouldn't like to do, right?
Wait, hold on, so what time is
Probably
it?
has 7.
What time does the punting begin? Only after the stream? I'm gonna have to figure out a way
What
to
am I
stay.
gonna do? Fold. May.
He's going for 4 months. 'Cause
We're all gonna
once he
throw a
leaves the
party.
country, he can't get back. He can't get back in.
What do you think?
Why would you assume he has friends?
Yeah, I don't know.
They would hang with him in Iceland.
I have one girl on the payroll, and that's it. Yeah. That's all I got.
They're not streaming.
I should warn you about
Maria with top pair on a very dynamic board. And Julie's going to come along with the nut flush draw. Equity's running close. Complete brick on this turn.
Would you recommend, if you're there like only 11, 12 days, to do the whole ring? Or go to just a few places, mostly, you know, near the capital?
Oh, you mean like the golden circle, what they call it?
Would you go all the way around? Yeah, if you had.
We only went to like
2,000.
2,000, but like things that fall of water in the ground.
The geyser.
How long were you there?
I was there for 2 days.
Oh, so you were just there a short period. Yeah.
Maria with a bet of 2,000.
Of course. Yeah.
Pretty hefty betting at 27.50.
And with like we were 10 guys. So.
How does Julie want to continue here? She continues with just a flat.
There's a few pretty girls out there. Huh?
Yeah, it was fun. It was nice.
Julie
I guess the girls
smashes
I'm
that
not
river
excited
with the
to see
nuts.
Because they're not so different from
Oh yeah.
Norwegian.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Maria hates that card.
I don't know. They're a bit different.
Yeah. It's like the
Overcard to her 10, and
I shouldn't even say this out loud, but it's not my
hearts
words.
get
I
there
just
as well.
heard A couple people tell me that in Iceland,
Check.
the girls are like one of two ways because
Yeah,
they're all
yeah.
like from two total gene pools.
Yeah.
Is that about right? Or
Yeah.
that's kind of interesting.
It's like a stereotype, but I can confirm.
Yeah. One group a lot more attractive than the other group.
And yeah, I don't want to say this on stream.
see what sizing Julie picks.
Yeah, you can wait. But
So,
I just do it. I used to be like you, and then now I just every word out of my mouth is just. I've gotten so many
Looks
people.
like Julie's
mad
going
at
to
me
put in
that
a bet of like 4,200.
individual people, groups, races, religion.
Make that
Mostly people from
3,600.
West Virginia, though. Those are the ones who really fucking hate me.
I think my mom might be watching.
Yeah.
Be careful. Tread carefully. Thanks, I got this.
You like hiking a lot?
No, actually, I don't. Well, I was in the military, so I did all of that. Like,
And Maria in the tank. She doesn't believe Julie.
Not by choice. So
I think she's going to let this one go, though.
You get a like straight to after like you don't want to do it because you feel like forced. So
yeah.
I don't know.
She's wondering if Julie has Queen Jack
A lot of
here.
Yeah.
skiing is very popular. Skiing is snowboarding.
She does have removal to that bluff.
What do you?
Yeah, that's true.
Tourists are coming over, and you gotta.
The polar bears.
Yeah, it's gotta be something, right?
You guys actually think polar bears are a thing in Norway?
Yeah, with the
No,
Coca-Cola
I
bottles,
do not. Just
Santa
I
Claus
do not
hats.
think that.
I think whatever Bill.
Maria has used about 1 or 2 time chips thus far.
Now I don't.
She really doesn't believe Julie, and we've seen Julie in the mix before. Julie is definitely capable of some bluffs, although this board is very tough to bluff. She'd have to be turning something like 10-9 into a bluff, or 8-9 or 7-9. Some like middling pair.
Well, actually, I'm not gonna lie. It's a friend's story, but
I think those hands just get to showdown.
Wow. You just hijacked it, huh? Make yourself look good.
I also usually ask the Americans. I did it at the poker table yesterday. Like, what is ABBA?
What is
ABBA? Does anybody know what
ABBA the group.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Everybody was just looking like.
Oh, and Julie gets paid. Julie gets paid with the nut flush.
One of the biggest groups in history.
That's good, man. Define group and define history. And define
Let you guys get back to the table talk.
Have you heard the song Dance with Queen?
No, I watched the musical.
Oh,
I know,
okay.
I know about it.
I was at the poker table once. None of the American knew. Like,
should-
everybody was just looking.
I should start doing what I did last week, where I ask people like questions that like Americans should know. You
Yeah.
know, like what system do we use? Not metric, but
Imperialistic, right?
yeah.
You were the only one.
No one
got
knew
that.
at the
Nobody else
table,
got
and then 647 people let me know on Twitter.
Oh.
even like today, people are still letting me know, as if like there's
only
no other way for me to find out.
It's only 600 years. Like, you have to countries with
That's
metric
funny.
system.
God, I hope someone asked these on
What
Twitter.
did Americans
You know
use?
the answer.
Nobody
pretty
knew
funny.
what that was called. Imperial system.
Who the
Yeah, I
sixth
didn't know.
president was.
What's
Okay,
the
I'm gonna
what's the
bet.
scientific system?
Hold on. I don't know. Is that a thing?
I thought I don't know.
Maybe it's
Quick shout out to Jacob Shores 22 who hit me up on Instagram and
what's the scientific system?
wanted a shout out. You got it. Thank you for watching Live at the Bike, Jacob Shore, and shout out to my brother George in San Diego. Huge fan of Live at the Bike.
Einsteinian Gal.
Georgie Poker, that is.
Just stop.
I need a table change.
But not even Canada uses the whole system, right? They use some metric as well, don't they?
Don't know. I just know almost all countries use metric.
Heads up, sign up.
No.
I didn't see. Tag.
I know, like,
One person has to
UK
guess
and
like
things
some
use some
random
of it,
question,
like,
and then everybody
but,
bets on like an over under.
there are very few countries that use everything.
Oh,
like use
Latin things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Latin.
a lot of things. No,
Great game.
that is
It's
a
a
game
great
for
game.
making enemies. Like,
Making
so
enemies.
salty. Oh my god, lot of things. Oh, he's Norwegian. There you go. No way. Check. Check. Five. Oh, great guy. Have you ever played?
Latin things.
Yeah, at
It's
a
great.
poker table.
Great game.
It's a
Great game for
game.
anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
For anywhere.
We had one which was like, how many tequila shots would you have to drink? How many tequila shots could you drink in 24 hours without ever vomiting? Like you can eat
You'd
as
have to-
much, you can drink one and then stop for an hour and eat.
In my peak, I would say 40.
Wow.
24 hours?
Yeah, in
That's
24
strong.
hours.
That is strong. 40 is pretty strong.
Yeah. Yes.
40?
Over 24 hours, you know,
Yeah,
like
like 40?
I would bet the under on that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I would bet you would bet the under.
I'll take
Like I could quickly rip 10 safely.
Could you drink
Wait,
them all
because
Because
in
you
the
can't
end
drink, you can't puke. If you puke,
and
you
vomit
I get
right
it.
after the 24 hours?
Yeah, I think you could.
He's already drunk thinking about it.
And then I would do like one every 90 minutes thereafter.
What do you mean? Like 10 like
Or
rapid?
no,
Maria with
not
number
that.
2, but gets
2 every.
no takers.
You gotta binge
Takes it
late
down with
and
the
then
kings.
right after the 24 hours.
So you can't vomit, right? No, there's
Oh yeah,
no,
that's
Bill's a
easy.
seasoned
Yeah, you
pro.
could drink 2 bottles. Like,
Yeah, and then as soon as the clock hits, then you'll know.
yeah.
there's no way you can afford it.
24 hours?
Yeah, no.
Oh, come on, let's just put up like $6 or $7.
There's people
I'm betting
watching
on.
at home that could do 80 probably in 24 hours.
I'm betting on
Yeah.
Garrett.
It's 24 hours. Andy's sitting here like 40's amateur hour. You pussies. Like,
He's probably thinking, what do I do with
We're
the
talking
20
4 shots
hours?
here.
What do I do with the extra 20 hours?
300.
Let's see this. Yeah, there's no way, man. We gotta.
Yeah.
Let's set this up.
We're gonna set up to see how many.
Yeah, I'm taking Garrett's side.
If it's
I'm
Andy,
taking Garrett's side.
so
Yeah.
if it's Andy,
13.
you think it's what? Under?
Really?
I think it's under for everybody.
40 without
Unless you're like
vomit?
a huge.
He's thinking that he's gonna vomit right after the 24 hour
Then
mark.
maybe he can do it.
You can't vomit within the 24 hours.
Oh yeah, you mean like he's gonna shot like.
Julie with Queen Jack suited and
24
Bill
hours
with
is
number
a long
1.
Time, guys. You could just be chugging fucking Pedialyte in between.
But you have to stay awake as well. You have to remember that. You
Not a problem.
Yeah, dude, I can stay awake for days. As long as we're playing poker for a lot of money, I'm in there.
40 is a. I think you're underestimating Keelan.
And Julie's going to fold, and Bill's going to take down the pot pre-flop with number 1. Thank you for the donation. Nick from Yuma donated $4.99, and he said, can I get a shout-out for my boy Mozzie? What's up, Mozzie? You got it?
I do what you say.
Feel free to start it.
Thank you for your
Nobody will
donation.
back
Thanks
down.
for your support of Live at the Bike. Shout out to Patrick Curran in the chat, keeping you guys in order.
4 in an hour.
I mean, I can do 4.
That's
Come
almost.
on, guys.
That's
Pussy,
Yeah, I can
4
do
in an
4
hour.
Sure, yeah.
The
That was,
question is,
think I
what
could
happens
afford
to
my
you after
life.
you do
I
that? I
really
think I could
don't
do
like
that
the
in college,
pace.
but then you
It's
wake
the
up
pace.
somewhere.
400.
You don't know where the hell you are.
Very, very.
I played at some big poker games where everyone at the table was required to do like 8 or 9 in an hour. Like 4 in an hour.
I wanna play in that game.
Nothing.
I like being the sober one in the drunk game.
3 pairs.
I've been at that same table, yeah.
Smiley with the raise and gets 2 callers.
Is it more fun for you, Julie? Let's say you're not drinking either way, or you're sipping either one.
Or
Is
if
it
I'm
more,
being sober in a drunk room.
or everyone's sober? Which would you prefer? What's more enjoyable for you?
Me being sober and
That's
watching
6.
everybody else be drunk.
Versus everyone sober.
Oh yeah.
Everyone sober is better?
No,
No,
everybody
everyone's
drunk's
drunk,
better.
yeah.
I love watching people come apart at the seams.
Yeah.
Although there's definitely like a point where people get annoying, and when you're the only sober one and everybody is drunk,
Right,
but
and
too
it's like,
drunk,
this is
then
not fun
they're
anymore.
annoying. Yeah.
Yeah, opposite.
That's-
Yeah.
Show them Smiley.
Everybody's drunk but me. I'm not.
Yeah. I'd rather be the annoying one.
There's just no way you could handle this. Yeah, of course.
You're not gonna do that with anybody.
Sorry.
High Stakes Friday, 50, 50, 100 with the 100 Big Blind Annie. 300
I didn't.
in every pot.
Yeah, I didn't sleep very much.
3.
I was deciding if I was gonna play. I'll wait as we play last night. Tonight.
I was like, there is not that much traffic 12 a.m.
And noon.
I was playing here. I just decided to stay
3
here.
pairs.
I was like, I'm just gonna stay here today. It's my night.
Oh, you were playing here?
Yeah, I was playing here last night, so I'll stay here. If I want
Bill with the best of it. Maria does have a gut shot.
7?
That's 7.
to win.
You haven't gone to bed, Julie? Is that what you
No, I went to bed just for a couple
Yeah,
hours
we-
though.
There you go.
You know what it is? It's like a 4-day weekend in my office. So I was like,
2,000.
Let's go.
come on, let's just get
Let's
it
go.
started. I have a
That
lot
was
going on
700.
this weekend last night.
Nice.
I was
That's
supposed
fun.
to go to Aspen today, but
And a raise from Bill with top pair
I've been trying
on
to
this
figure it out.
dynamic board.
so awesome.
Good timing for Bill.
My friend just finished her house there.
I need to get out there.
Stay at one of the places where you just ski right on
And
the
Andy's
slopes
going to come
there.
along with an open and a straight draw.
Oh, it's a house.
Maria has to risk 1,300 to win a pot of 5,900.
How
almost getting the right price in equity, but she would prefer that 10 to be a club. So if that 3 of clubs rolls off, she also turns a flush draw.
Single. Always wanted a sugar mama.
He wants
I think this sounds fun.
This turn did go check, check.
I would have no problem with that.
Andy on
Going out with a girl that was like,
Andy with just 9 high. Is he going to rep the flush? Oh, actually, Bill has not checked yet.
4,500.
And Bill's going to bet
I think I would-
4,500 to go.
I'm sure there is a percentage of people that think that they wouldn't and would have. I can see that, but I will suck up my ego.
Well done by Mr. Bill Klein.
Maria, would you rub it in my
Oh,
face,
yeah.
or?
I mean, not like I'm.
I can see that. Sure.
But I mean, that's.
Oh, no, that's
The thing is, I worked hard for everything I have, because I was never like given it.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind either. You know,
You say that. You
So you
but like-
you've dated a lot of guys who thought that they wouldn't mind, and then they ended
a
up,
lot, but definitely.
or like,
engaged
yeah,
a lot, and it was like,
they thought they wouldn't care, but they ended up caring. That's interesting.
Is it my turn?
men's instinct is to provide for a woman. And, you know, it makes them feel bad about themselves when they can't do it, I think. Maybe not you. Well, hook you up with one of my friends. By the way, you're doing just fine. It's not like you'd have to like.
that's what I'm saying. As long
I
as
don't
you're doing
really
just
know.
fine, if the girl's like
I know
rich,
you
it's
wanna-
fine. You
I
know,
know
like,
you wanna-
if you're like
That's
broke, you know, like if you're broke and
I shouldn't
she's
presume
rich,
anything.
then it's maybe a little bit.
This tournament. you know?
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know how much of yourself you had. Like, I don't know how much you.
Going 3 ways to this
I don't
flop.
know. Healthy percentage.
I imagine that.
John with that jack of diamonds is going to bet 1/3 pot.
I imagine financially, yeah, you have
Huh?
Is that, were you living in Vegas at the time?
Yes, like barely.
So were you didn't pay state tax?
I did not.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
John, let's say you got $100 for every time anyone asked you
How much?
anything about how big of a piece you had, and also about taxes thereafter. Either question, how many $100 do you think you had?
73 and
I
a half.
didn't ask how much you had and stuff. I said I don't know. I was making presumptions when I was talking about setting him up with a woman who has a lot more money than him, but to test this theory that he would be fine with.
Yeah, I'm not about like, I will turn down like getting set up. Like if anyone's ever trying to set me up, I just like don't do it. It's a waste of your time.
Why?
I'm down to get set up. Just show me the picture.
But if you want to test out,
I like what I see.
yeah.
Yo, it doesn't even matter. Show me one good picture of it.
But if you,
I know there's hope.
I'll be honest, like I have set some good people up. In fact, I was at Antonio's a few years ago. I was playing with this guy and I was like, what's your story? You seem like a great guy. And he told me, and I was like, oh my god, I have a perfect friend for you. And then I didn't even get to show him a picture. She was like 2 years older than me. He's like, no, you want to get. So I was like, okay, well you're lost. She's amazing. And I just went to their wedding New Year's Eve. They got married.
Oh.
They actually ended up weirdly meeting completely independently of me, even though I told both of them about each other.
they just didn't want to give you the credit.
No, they actually did.
kidding. Yeah, I'm not about being set up, but I would be willing to test this theory. I'd be willing to be set up with someone that's.
Well, my friend with the house and I, I'm like,
When are you going? I'm down. I'm in.
me to be like better than her would be Bill. He's not, okay?
I would marry Bill. I would definitely. Okay, fair enough. I'd let Bill take me out to dinner.
I think it's setting people up with cards. I also think getting set up with cards is so much about like your own vibe and something.
Yeah.
Not people up there.
But I think you're doing it right. That's why your friend's doing it for you. You'd be better.
Yeah, but.
But my motive is money, so I'm just kidding.
You know me, you want to set
No, I don't.
I think that's a pretty like organic way to meet someone.
What's that?
Getting set up.
Yeah.
You think it's organic?
You got something in common.
Is
that is.
It's better than.
Feel for who you are and the other person.
Neither of you are probably that awful.
I actually did recently with someone.
It's better than. I think like when you meet somebody online, which I know is how everybody meets, but you literally know nobody that knows them, and it could be like a complete.
Yeah, dating is
That's why
awful.
it's still better to go
Dating
through
is,
friends.
yeah.
My parents met, we set up with my dad's sister. Yeah.
Smiley got me back from me raising him with her.
My son had in the service.
Yeah, me too. When I did, I didn't know anything about raising. You did when I raised him? Or just now? Yeah, you had it.
Right out of World War II, you're in Florida.
I mean, someone might want Florida.
Are you serious?
It's a nice peninsula, you know. I got,
Miami's very nice.
Are we talking about South Bay or West Florida?
Talking the 1940s.
Oh.
You're very balanced strategy.
300.
What do you mean organic way to meet someone?
natural.
Oh, natural. Oh, okay.
Yeah, like not Tinder.
Okay.
Okay, wait a second. Not hammered at a bar. Although hammered at a bar, I think it's natural. I think natural. Yeah.
The most organic.
Pretty much the way it goes.
That's how it goes. Every girl I've ever dated, that's how I met her, hammered at a bar. This one, no exception. Yeah.
John's ace queen still is good here.
People don't talk as much these days, I think, as they did like probably 30 years ago.
Yeah.
I think people just like they're on their
And
phones.
he's gonna
They're on their phones.
take it down with no equity, pretty much.
They're on a game with them, honestly.
Me and my friend we were talking about it the other day. Like, it's, I don't know, it's a bit toxic. Like, you depend on like getting the most likes and things on Instagram, and suddenly you don't. Like when they
Like Black Mirror. Did you ever see Black Mirror?
I need dinner. So Smiley, what do you? Guys, it's up to you.
I asked my oldest question.
Early. Oh, okay. Well, then I'll wait.
Smiley said,
Wait till he
"Yeah,
settles in."
He's not missing a thing.
like, how is the suicide rate now? Like 30 years ago.
It's alright, I've had those
Pretty
sessions where I just don't say a word.
In some cultures from cyber harassment, like in Korean stuff, it's pretty significant suicide rate.
Oh wow, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bullying and stuff. That's why the whole encouragement of like phone is really dangerous. Like, I have too much phone and stuff.
Yeah.
You know. I mean, she's fine, but like I see some of her comments and stuff. Damaging, describing it. They were cool when but we didn't have like social media.
Oh, we
When I
did.
was a teenager.
Yeah, we did. And yeah.
I mean,
Be real cool.
our social media was just
I still have friends that won't even look at somebody that bullied me that they did in high school. You wouldn't even look at it. Yeah, it's
Get
not
over
like
it.
I have like, I
If
mean,
they
there
still
was
see each
one
other?
girl in middle school that was just such a,
he just got bullied.
Oh, like he's afraid of them
Yeah.
still, yeah.
Not afraid, but like he's just very passive. You just don't want to get close to him. He doesn't want to get the feeling back, you know?
there's this great artist that did this like wallpaper with all the faces of people that used to beat him up in high school. And my friend put it up and we were like laughing. It's like he's facing like teenage faces. It's really funny.
You don't get the violence that much in Norway. You get more like the, I don't
Oh,
know,
like school shootings when people
like
calling you
talking
out
shit.
No, like emotional bullying.
Yeah, yeah.
No guns in Norway, right?
No guns, no. So.
Can you guys hear the table talk? I know it sounds a little bit low in my ears. Hope you guys can hear. Let me know in the chat. The normal story on Fridays, Garrett and Andy going at it, and
I mean, overall,
there's no doubt that we're going to see a flop. Andy with the squeeze and Garrett with the call.
apart from congested, like in certain areas, like.
But most people take like
Public
You don't end up, like, you don't end up sitting.
Check, check on this flop.
transport.
Yeah, you can either get the somewhere.
But if you were someone
Great turn card for Andy, and Andy's going to bet, and this should just go bet fold here.
And they have not figured it out.
But you never know between these players. The standard line would be bet fold because a lot of Andy's 3-bet range does have an ace in it. But you never know with these two. We saw some pretty epic hands last week. I think 2 of them will be YouTube
that's how I am. Like I like having my car.
highlight clips.
I don't want to use public transit food. So even if there's traffic, I could rather use my car. Yeah, exactly.
It's really convenient, I guess, for some people. They want to go to like Santa Monica to downtown, right? Like, but like for me, coming from like the Palaces to Boulder, like there's just not a lot of straight shots for like public transit. But I know Elon Musk is looking at it.
I don't even want to drive tunnel. Right? I don't even want to drive here. I just Uber everywhere I go.
That's great.
I don't like that.
Food service.
It's
I
fine.
don't
I like
want to
being
drive.
in control in a
That's
car.
how I am. Yeah.
Sometimes
I don't
I
fucking
love
trust these
being
guys.
in Uber, but then sometimes you'll
By
just
these
get-
guys, I mean anyone. Oh yeah.
It's, I have to say, as a mother, it's fantastic because my daughter, like in high school, like just going to parties and stuff, they don't drive. They don't get in cars with drunk drivers. They get
Yeah,
in
when I was in high school, it was like, all right,
I mean,
get
you
in the
have to
car,
worry
we're going to
about
Taco
You
Bell, and
have
we're going
to.
home.
You have to drink and drive when you're in high school for sure.
Because you can't call your parents to pick you up because, like,
Fuck
you
no.
know, like, why
Yeah.
are you
Then
down
they
here
know you're
drinking?
drunk. Yeah, of course.
Even if you're a baby.
I told my daughter from an early point, like,
20-year-olds who say they're going to be the designated driver by the end of the night. They're not.
Oh, let alone 16-year-olds.
that is the greatest thing about, by the way,
Way
that,
less, probably, yeah.
that is the greatest thing about Uber, for
They
sure.
may be somewhat sober, but they're not.
Uber's an incredible example
Can I
of
get a
like
menu, please?
progress working for sure. It's
Oh,
a much
Smiley
better
too.
mousetrap. Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
So this is, we were having a theory, like, I mean, having a debate about this, but I think, like, technology is,
600.
or the internet is the best thing and the worst thing that ever happened to society. Like, at the same time.
Do that.
I'd say it's the best thing that's happened to the planet. Maybe the worst thing that's happened to our country.
Can I order two,
We
please?
have so much free time.
Could I order from you?
Very
Service?
bad for people's, like, depression and stuff. Anxiety. They're always
Well,
comparing.
No more.
here's
Can
what
I
I
see
say,
a
I say,
menu,
like,
please?
okay,
Okay.
let's say you want, let's say you need,
Do you guys have like a soup?
let's say you need like a nutrition.
Okay.
The internet is like amazing. It connects you with something, like for medicine and everything. But then my theory is like, so say you were like a pedophile in the 1950s, sitting there thinking bad thoughts about children. And you think like, I'm crazy, this is terrible, I'm the only person who thinks this way. And maybe you just would go in your own little dark space, not act out anyway. Now,
Garrett with the bet with just 10 high. Johnson's going to look him up, and Garrett gives him the head nod like, you got it. That's good.
we're doing a movie about the dark web. There's such dark stuff out there, like
Lyanne says higher table talk, JJ. I'm definitely trying to work some stuff out here, guys. Just give me a
I could
second.
not figure the dark web out.
well, you're not supposed to be helping. Are you like sitting there trying to get on the dark web?
I've tried.
You haven't found the portal.
Yeah, I don't. No, I think I got there. I just didn't know like how to navigate it. I don't know. But
It's not like you can go and be like assassination bullets and end up on like.
no, I hear, like, regardless of the name and how dark some of it can be, like I hear not all of it is like that. Like I hear it's actually like it's more like freedom than anything else.
I'm sure there's a lot of that. There's
Yeah.
like, I think it's probably both.
Yeah, I can't think of like a good example because it's been a while since I've
I
tried.
think if like you're sex trafficking, you're dealing with like.
Oh,
prostitution,
yeah.
Oh, you guys love that Bitcoin. That's what that came. That's what that was invented. Criminal.
Sex trafficking.
You haven't?
Online.
Yeah, me neither. I tried. I was almost there. Yeah, I was like in there. I just didn't know how to
Gambling.
like
There's
navigate
gambling
it.
going on.
you imagine how much money you would lose, John Cohen, if you played poker on the internet?
That's why I don't play.
Oh my god. Just come home drunk and alone
No,
at
never.
3 a.m.
I mean, I played.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say you
yeah,
live in
not-
Nevada.
I played like maybe 10 years ago for a little bit, but
Never won a hand.
never won a hand. It's like this
Never.
thing's rigged. I'm going to live poker.
I did a Congress.
Straight on the board, and this is a chop as long as no one folds.
Is he a person or is he a bot?
Person or a bot? Yeah.
So you think it'll get legalized in California though?
I think it's eventually going to, but I don't know.
Looks like John did bet.
I dabble a little bit. They did.
Bill did fold,
Back in there.
worrying that Johnson does have the ace in his hand
Yeah,
to make the nuts straight.
and like play one and watch TV or something.
Exactly. Makes you a lot more patient when you're playing.
I'm so impatient.
That was my
online.
thing though. Like
I
online,
can't.
I'd be playing like 6 tables. I'd be like so impatient. You know?
I
Like,
just,
faster,
yeah.
faster.
I just,
Like
I'm
the
such a
more-
huge punter online.
the
It's
more speed-
crazy.
You gotta play heads up, dude. 8 tables heads up, that'll get you your fix, man. You'll
Oh
just
my.
go.
Play some heads up 5, PLO 5, and just get crazy.
Even better, 8 different guys. Just memorize reads on 8 people at once, man. You could do it.
Like,
8 tables heads up. Oh, that sounds intense.
I probably don't have like the mental capacity for 3.
Heads up? What's that?
Oh no, heads up.
That would
I don't
be
think you can play that.
8 tables.
Full ring you can play. I'm sorry about that.
Right.
What do you do if you have good hands and 2? You have to make.
Check. Check.
Oh.
And I'm the winner.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. How you doing, Andy?
John with top top.
I'm good. How you doing?
Oh, yeah, Julie.
Garrett's going to continue here.
You and Andy got a thing going on.
And if you didn't believe John had a king on the flop, now it's even more unlikely that John has a king
When did that come about?
I'll tell you how it
once it turns the
I
king.
know how it initially came about, if I should say.
And John's going to bet 2,000 here.
No. No, I like making him. First of all, since I first started playing Andy, I don't know how many years ago, I always liked making him blush. But it was because Kitty was on, and Kitty kept talking about Garrett. No, I'll make Garrett blush. Handsome man,
I'm
handsome
just really
man.
nervous about the hand, actually. Yeah. A reasonable assumption.
I'm gonna weigh. Totally handsome.
7,400 in the pot, and Garrett has called John twice here. What is John putting Garrett on? Does he put him on a weaker king and he's going to blast for a big bet? Or does he put him on an 8 and want to get max value from an 8? And it looks like John bet very small here. To get Garrett a call with the 7, such a good sizing from John Cynn. And that's when you know some of these players are just above the rim. John wants to make sure he gets that last bit of value and bets smaller on the river than the turn. And he gets that call. And even Garrett acknowledges, good bet. Any bigger and Garrett's probably going to wave in the towel.
Did you say good bet?
Kitty was just talking about Garrett here, and I was like, Kitty, she's the next Andy. I was like, I mean, Andy, you're just Andy. You know, like, I just started singing, and then I got him to smile like that. And then everybody was like, Julie's just like flirting with Andy so much. And yeah, that's what happened. I got accused of flirting with Haracha the other day because we're in a hand. You know Haracha?
I don't.
Haracha? Who knows? He's a lovely guy. He's also a very nice looking guy. And we're in the middle of the hand. He's looking at me like this. Like sadly, sort of. Was it Strata?
Yeah, Cheryl's on 600.
And I was like, don't look at me like that. Or something like that. You know, like, yeah, you're a woman. Just
We're going to go heads up. Julie versus Bill. Both players with a pair. This is a straddle round, so these pots are going to get pretty big.
Now we know you're lying. Now we know you're bullshit.
Neither players love this turn, and it goes check, check. Julie's going to win the 3,600. That's in the middle. And today I'm going to maybe not be as balanced in my strategy, guys, because I'm not sure how good you guys can hear the table talk. So I'll be doing a bit more talking since I don't want it to be silence on your end. If you guys at a certain time in the stream can hear the table talk a little bit better, let me know in the chat and I'll quiet back down into my balanced strategy, I promise.
For Garrett. Copy. Bet 2,200. She get the add-on factor.
The message on my cell phone, we were sending it earlier, Mikey from my hey, this is Mr. K. Mikey from. If you think it's important, leave a message. If I think it's important, I'll tell you that. Everybody goes, oh, that's terrible. I go, well, then don't leave a message.
You mean it too, though.
He said that's your real answer machine?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I would just leave a message every time.
Just
Bill, I can't find my left sock. I need a call.
Need a call real bad.
I need a video call right now.
It's John from Live at the Bike. It's great.
Call. Option. Alright. 6 players. Check.
Familiar TV.
Check. Alright. Raise it, 2,200. Even.
And John with the nut straight here.
10 seconds.
Garrett with bottom pair and a flush draw
Raise it up.
is gonna bump this one up. And these players are sitting so deep. John's sitting with 32,000 back. Does John put in the raise here, the 4-bet on the turn, or does he just continue with the call? going to continue with the call because he knows Garrett's an aggressive player and knows when Garrett puts in this 3-bet that he's probably going to go for a bluff here as well.
Check.
$14,600 in the pot, and this goes check, check, and John's going to win with the nuts.
Great play by me. I definitely had to light 6,500 on fire. Great job.
Blocked it.
Way to telegraph your hand.
Waste for the turn. I knew this idiot would do something. I just gave him the rope.
Yeah. Talking about Andy, right?
Yeah. I'm sure that's what.
Yeah, I played my hand great. 300 you're never going to see again, Andy.
Straddle?
Yeah, I think so.
And we are in a straddle round, so 500 dead in the pot. Amazing cast of characters this week.
Really good, well played. Yeah, absolutely.
Played it well, right?
Like a Valentine's Day gift wrap.
Shout out to the 6,600 people watching in YouTube.
Pile in the purples on the river.
Please, if you are not a sub on the YouTube channel, if you love Live at the Bike, if you like what we bring to you on Fridays, hit that subscribe button.
I was gonna give it a couple minutes before I call it.
I'll tell you what, whatever you did, man, it was fucking brilliant.
Heads up.
Maria and John taking it to the flop.
Seven.
700.
Aboard that, Maria's going to have a very high C-bet frequency, and she does. She does also have a gut shot. What's up, Need Reality? What's up, Jesus Guerrero? Patrick Kern, our graphics engineer, still rocking with us. Put together a sick game the other day with Andy Milolakis, Adam 22. PS3 Shakes 1, 2, 3. What's going on?
When you're not the first
You're gonna be there how many days? 11, 12. I'll bet you can beat every one of them.
What's up, Zachary Price?
Just come back with a list of them. That's awesome. That's what the population is. 100,000.
Where's that?
The population of Iceland. If you're
Oh.
gonna be there 11 days, you should probably meet every single person in.
Hi, I'm Garrett.
I'm Garrett. How are you?
Nice to meet you. I'm Garrett.
More people live in my
600.
600.
What are you going to Iceland for?
2,000.
Me?
live there.
Yeah, in a couple
I
months.
think it's only half a
Oh,
million,
no,
right?
no. What are you
So
what
it's
are you guys
360.
doing?
For fun. Oh, yeah.
Fun?
Yeah.
Do you have a specific
Oh, you checked it out? Oh.
We were
And
talking
he
about
3-betting Bill, and Bill being dominated here with Queen 10. Let's see if we take a flop.
I just love all outdoor stuff.
Listen,
so
Bill
lots
knows
of
how to use a
hiking,
cell
lots of
phone,
stuff like
okay?
that.
He knows how to.
Oh.
But their summer's like 50, but yeah.
You're staying 11 days?
Heads up.
Iceland is great. Like, Greenland is Iceland.
That's what I.
It's from Mighty Ducks.
I've landed in Greenland before.
Shout out to the come up kid
Greenland's,
Alex.
like really bare and not much going on.
Actually, mine.
Paul Yee, who donated $2 in the chat and says, Happy Valentine's Day. Shout out to my lovely wife. You got it, Paul Yee, and thank you for the donation.
Does nobody go separately?
Well, I don't. Maybe some people do. I don't know.
I don't give like a military base there.
To Greenland?
Where? To Greenland? It's not near the top for me.
It'd be cheaper to fly everybody over here.
Yeah, everybody from Greenland. That's why everybody comes to Orlando.
Come on.
You really like populated countries, don't you?
We play a lot of poker there.
It's my thing.
700. Something.
You have 4-5?
No.
Oh.
She bought the shuttle last year.
Very well done.
You don't need it. You can just do it.
Set the jack 3 off.
Yeah, sometimes.
Maria, when she came back, she got the shot.
Or I might have
It'll
aces.
probably work.
Either aces or jack
Like,
3 off.
I'll probably just fold.
300. Call. Call.
Real Mr. Tucker says, JG, do you ever play these high stakes? I've never played a game this big. I've played in games with 25-50 with a straddle of 100.
How much?
I played in this past Tuesday's game, which we were playing 5-5-50, straddle of 100, and some people were straddling to 200,
Charge a person, like, if it was
which we played till 3 a.m. after the stream.
Yeah, I was trying to order some like vegan donuts. And
But
I
as
ordered
far as a
like
game
everything
this big,
vegan on the menu, and they were like,
have
"Oh, we're out of
not.
the vegan donuts." So those are the other. I was like, I'll take the other stuff, I guess. Those are the other stuff.
500. Call.
this was a massive game and guaranteed to be the biggest game running in LA.
Man, by myself?
by yourself. You didn't know anyone.
And Maria turns a set of 9s.
Probably not as
Not
high
much.
as you would think.
Not
Yeah.
much?
Not much.
No, but you would enjoy it. You have to have
Bill with the
someone who
king.
actually suffered it. Like,
So we
Oh, I'm
definitely
not
know
staying
that
there. Or some, I'm staying
on
there.
this
someone
wet
else.
board, Maria's going to go pretty big
You
here.
would like
Probably
it even
almost a
more than
pot
me.
size
Yeah,
bet, I would imagine.
enjoy it.
you think
I wouldn't do
To
it
deny
because there's other things I would enjoy more.
some
For 500
equity
bucks,
of
though.
Yeah.
some draws.
Give me a ticket and $500,
Yeah.
I'm golden.
Wait, does that
Maria
include
goes for
everything?
half pot
Check
size
back,
bet.
too?
I don't even know what Greenland looks like.
I see.
Is it?
Not green.
Not green.
BRNA.
And Bill, who does have a gut shot, is going to come along as well.
Heads up.
I only got off the plane there, but I've heard that. I've seen pictures. I'm sure somebody.
I couldn't even tell you a city in Greenland. Not
Heads
that
up
I'm, like,
between Maria and Bill.
10 seconds.
City?
Capital of Greenland?
What sizing will Maria choose here?
Bet.
I know all these.
If I could
Bet
do
of
it,
3,000. And a good fold by Bill.
That's allowed,
Bill,
Bill.
what's the capital of Greenland?
They don't have one.
I knew it. I knew it. Huh?
Reykjavik, that's Iceland, right?
Yeah, that's Iceland.
So Bill,
How do I pronounce it?
what's the capital of
I have
Reykjavik.
no idea.
Reykjavik?
let's say Portugal.
Klein.
Lisbon.
Lisbon.
Yeah, there you go. People like Americans don't know much about Europe.
What is
In
that?
general.
All right, man, fire it up.
In
You're
general.
gonna call me
Just the
out.
big ones.
general.
Just the big ones like Paris,
I
France.
stay quiet about these things to not be a know-it-all, but let's go then. Let's fucking go.
300.
Talk a little shit about Norway.
I want to see his knowledge.
Capital is M-U-U-K. Just so you know.
Oh, what?
That's the capital of Greenland.
Thank you.
Okay, Garrett, what's the
55,000
capital of? I'll start easy. Sweet.
South Dakota.
I just have to make sure if I know it
Bismarck.
myself.
You know what the hardest
All right,
thing
I'm
to
done.
do? By the way, you know what the hardest thing to do is? To name the 50 states. You think it's easy, and then you try to do it, and
couldn't
it's
do it.
really hard.
No
I
chance.
think I can get 40 though.
Oh, yeah. 40's.
Julie, I'll bet you. I'll bet you I could get all 48 of them.
Okay?
Oh,
You want to
Who's
bet?
counting?
Dude, the thing is, it's like torture for everyone else at the table. It's so boring for me to just be listing them fucking forever.
yeah, but I also want to see you fail, so I'm in.
All right, how much you want to bet, Julie?
Garrett's a nerd. He would
Well,
get it.
No, I know.
who's the guy?
I don't doubt that he
Who am I
would, but
betting, you?
I
Yeah,
think,
just you and me heads up. 48
I think
states
Garrett
gotta
can name
get.
the 50 states and the 8 different properties and the fucking, like, who knows, the 3 different
I'll
districts.
give you $1 for every state.
He's got the song in his
I
head.
don't think I want to bet that. By the way, I made a bet yesterday. I don't know what you guys think.
You willingly came
This is
just to
voluntary.
spend
Yeah,
time
I
with
understand.
us.
Let's watch that.
Is that, I know, I was going to say.
He said Bernie Sanders was the
Go
Democratic
home, sit in the
nominee.
dark room, and
And I got
evaluate my
defeated.
decision.
Got the field?
yesterday made this bet. He said
that
Bernie
1-1?
Sanders 1-1.
Fields got to be the
I like your
favorite.
side.
Yeah.
Me too.
Fields got to be the favorite.
What's the bet?
He bets that Bernie Sanders will be the nominee and I get the field.
Oh,
Yeah, I think that's a good bet.
that is. I think that is a good one.
Smiley now a 2-pair.
But he is like neck and neck now, right? With Biden. Or
What
is he
sizing will he go
He's the
here?
favorite, but he's not odds on.
Wants to get value
Yeah.
from a weaker ace.
1300.
1300, really big.
like favorite versus field? That's it.
Tough one.
I'm saying he's still got,
Flush
like,
He's less than 50%.
is possibly there.
Yeah.
Garrett does make the
Don't
fold.
guarantee he would be a favorite versus everybody else.
All right, Julie, how much we got on this shit?
let's see, you're gonna do 48.
48. 48's the line. If I get 48 exactly, we
You
push.
gotta give him a timeline.
I don't know if I can make it worth your while. I know how much you need.
We're just gonna make an even money bet. We can make it small. Like we don't need to make a
Okay.
big bet. We're doing it just for the hell of it.
Okay, $300.
$300. All right.
There's my 300.
I don't have a time limit, right? I mean, obviously I'm gonna do
Well,
it
who's
sometime in
gonna
the next
keep
several
track and
minutes.
count and make
I'll
sure-
keep track of myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
If nothing
Oh,
else,
wait a second. Wait a gosh darn second,
Yeah,
Julie.
we
No,
got- have 8
that
other
is not
auditors.
allowed.
You know what? I'm gonna do it too. I'm gonna name the 48 states
All right,
too.
Julie, we're booked. We're booked for 300. 48's a push.
300.
Those of you guys wondering what the profit is,
I already can't win.
Ironically,
Garrett has to name 48 states. It's a push for
Yeah,
300.
to keep
so he
him
has to get
honest.
49.
Thank you. I appreciate
Andy
it.
has enough to do, you know.
Okay.
100 states.
So, California,
One.
Yeah.
Oregon, Washington.
You already said that one.
Thank
Look at him
you.
go left to right like a wizard. Shit.
7. 63.
North Dakota,
Yeah, this is
South
perfect.
Dakota,
Thank you.
Yeah, then we know the hustle.
Nevada, Colorado,
Check.
Montana,
Check around.
Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Kansas,
500.
Oklahoma, Wisconsin, Michigan, Kentucky, Tennessee,
He's already on the East Coast.
did I say Texas yet?
Yeah, you
Okay.
said
Okay, Missouri, Mississippi, Louisiana, Indiana, Idaho, Iowa.
You're more than, you're about
Hey,
halfway
he's
there.
got him written on his sleeve. How did he know?
Alabama,
You're saying 100.
Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia. My
That was a
state.
good one.
That's my
That was a
state.
good one. That was like a key
Um,
swing state.
Maryland,
But I get my 300 on it.
Yeah, he might be. No, I think I
Washington,
like your side.
D.C.
You think I'm good? Wait,
I like your
is
side right
Washington
now.
DC one of the countries?
All right,
Just
the block.
I don't think so.
It counts as for the electoral college.
But I don't think it's officially a state. It's like a territory. It's like
Take one back.
No,
It's like not in Virginia, but it's like
it's
a
a district. It's
This?
What do you guys think in the chat? Put one in the chat if you think
Doesn't
Garrett
have a
could get this done. We've seen G-Man play insanely good poker. Can he do good in geography here and name the 50 states?
Massachusetts,
1, if he can. 2, if he cannot. What do you guys think in the chat? 1, he's going to crush this prop bet. 2, he is not. Go chat. Once again, if you want to support Live at the Bike, go to liveatthebike.com. A free week. Promo code poker. After that, it is $19.99 a month.
35.
But it's the way you support us here at Live at the Bike.
it's not.
Magic, can you Google Washington DC as a state?
And yes, you already said Texas.
If I had a guess, I'm going to let you guys fill out your answers here. A 1 in the chat if you think Garrett's going to crush this. He has to get 49. 48 is the push. I would fail probably at 35, knowing myself.
I wish we could see a map of like all the ones that Garrett has and like see all the holes. Yeah.
300.
I would say a 2 in the chat. Garrett's going to lose his $300. He's at 35 states and he's struggling.
How embarrassing. Julie, just that. Like, I really only have 36.
What's really funny is the smartest people, it's a weird thing that's hard to like do as a recall when you're not looking at
Sure,
it.
of course.
And most people try to do it alphabetically. You did a regional, which is like,
I think I want to try.
Hawaii, Alaska.
there you go. No, I don't think so. Oh yeah.
And meanwhile, this is going on, and John Cohen has quads.
Is it 38? I'll put my 300 back in this one.
John's going to get called twice here. Bill with 2 10s. Definitely the action killer on the river here for John to get probably another street. Ace on the river, very Greenstein style.
6,000.
I don't think you said you
I didn't say Utah.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
High hand, John.
nice.
Anyway, swing with me.
I had everything. I didn't see what you could have.
I saw a lot of 2s in the chat. You guys in the chat, you guys don't have your boy Garrett's back here that he can crush this prop bet, huh?
Good thing you threw those times extensions in.
Yeah.
Okay, so where are we at now?
Did I say North Dakota and South
Yes,
Dakota?
you did, 100%.
Like every other
No,
Actually, I'm not sure he said that one.
Every other
He
No,
said,
he did, I remember, because
he
I was
said
gonna-
north and
He said north and
No,
south.
he did.
Dakota,
I
100%.
thought he said north and South Carolina.
He did also say north.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's,
Did he? 3. Okay.
No one's working with me here, are they?
No, I'm just saying I know for sure, because
What
I
about
was
Wisconsin?
yeah.
You didn't say that.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, I think I remember that one
We'll
too.
have to play
I
that
don't think I
one.
said Wisconsin.
I don't remember.
We're gonna have to play
Yeah, these
that
hands
one.
are getting big here. We've got aces, and Garrett's still on the prop bet.
I might be wrong.
No.
We probably
1
gonna
minute ago
have
he
to
said
go
Utah.
through
We have
where
to go
like
through this
you.
stream. We're gonna have to get Brian and.
No, that's
Bad timing here for Bill.
It
3
doesn't
betting.
matter
Johnson's
right
under the
now.
gun open.
You have,
A
like,
lot of times this will work.
9. You have 9 with it.
Wow, look at John Cohen go. If he goes for this one,
It's harder, right?
goes with the flat, it looks like.
I have a high hand. What's 4 9s with the ace? Or 6 6 6 6.
Lucky.
10 seconds, John. We raise 4,600.
And number 1 goes in for the 4 bet here with pocket aces. That's all we'll call them today as their original name. Pocket aces. Garrett's in the tank hard while all this action's been going on. Look at him.
Florida? I don't think I said
I
Florida.
didn't say Florida.
What? I didn't say Florida.
Yeah,
I did.
Sorry, I mean, I'm just.
No, don't apologize. I don't know.
Call it every day.
I'm loving this pain, actually. It's very fun.
Yeah, I'm already dead, but it doesn't matter. You know? I'm the guy who finishes like last in the fucking 5K race, but I don't care, man. I'm across the finish line. I'm with the cross. Just folding ace jack every hand. I don't care. This is more important.
Some of them like.
Shout out to the 6,800 people watching at home. What's up? Maria with 2 queens.
I don't understand how I could be so far off. Fucking insane.
It's like a parlor trick.
So
Do any of you guys know any other ones?
I know some that you can.
Sorry?
You know several. How many do you
Yeah, I
know?
have.
But don't say
I know
anything.
2 for sure.
I know,
Two?
I think I might know 4.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Like 23?
4?
I think so. But I definitely don't think I know.
That's
Oh, we're gonna take a
insane.
flop
what
here.
The fuck
Here's
is
the
going
thing,
on?
there's 12 more, right? How many more?
Kayhan with the set mind here with his 2 threes.
Yeah, but there would be
Check.
11
Well,
more.
he's
I don't
Very
know 11
dynamic
more.
board and probably a
Right,
big
he's
bet
only
coming
in
from
40,
Maria.
I'm saying I don't know 11 more. I'll set on that.
I'm losing money to this guy.
One
Yeah, how
game.
do we lose this guy?
Half the size of the pot.
How can you, not be fun?
I think Garrett is drawing very thin on this prop bet now. He's around 12 to 13 states away for the tie.
But the high end might be
550. That's for all the 30 minutes.
squeezer.
Yeah, okay.
That's not what you were looking for.
When is it up? When is it like?
Okay, so I think
Yeah,
I missed
25 minutes left.
Ohio.
And I'm the high
I haven't said Ohio,
you're on
right?
Ohio right now.
Oh, you
Which
didn't
is
say Ohio?
insane.
Okay.
You didn't say Ohio?
I didn't
Yeah,
know.
because I did Idaho and Iowa, not Ohio.
There's good reasoning and logic.
I
That's the
love
thing,
Ohio.
I feel like you got to actually just like write down.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, you gotta have
it's
a
too-
list.
Yeah, but we got a bunch of people keeping on, but I might be getting fucked. Or
You might be getting fucked too. Yeah.
Yeah, I
You
might be
go,
getting
you go
fucked.
either
No,
way. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you said Ohio before, but
You can go. Yeah.
oh
You
yeah,
can go either way.
it could go either way.
Until we even get close. It's not
He's gonna rewatch the stream now.
You may never watch the stream except for this. I mean, we said there was no time limit, but we have to, I guess, some structure to it. right?
4 that you haven't said.
4?
Yeah, when you think of it, you're just like, oh.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, I mean that's
3,
that's
think.
any
I know
Guys,
3
any
for sure,
state.
yeah.
Only one player did the same.
That doesn't help me. That doesn't help me. If anything, it just makes me feel worse.
If it's
It doesn't. Like, I know I'm missing
You can't
heads, guys.
you can't think of the state that I'm thinking of right now. Oh my god.
how many? Even. He's got
Just
4.
buy out for $2.95, man. It's all good.
Is it all good?
I got you.
That's
You
up.
save $5.
Just let me check the stream.
I'll take 200 now if you want to buy it.
Check.
It's a very good job.
It's an extremely good deal.
You got 150, Julie, if you want it.
Check.
In my hand.
I think 150 and the admission of defeat is pretty good.
All right. Here we go.
All right. You didn't get
Okay.
Hawaii and Alaska.
No,
I
Okay.
said
those.
No, I'm not even paying.
You say Vermont?
I said Vermont.
Oh, that was-
Nebraska?
Wait, hold on. I
Wait,
actually
Nebraska?
want all of you geniuses who said I missed all of them to now say out loud.
Not sure.
I
Because
think,
it's so easy. So
Did you say
hold
Nebraska?
on. I
I
think, you,
missed Nebraska.
I think you missed Illinois and Michigan.
Nope, said both of those for
Okay.
sure. No, I said Wyoming, didn't I?
Connecticut.
I never said Connecticut.
Wyoming, you might have said, yeah.
Wyoming, I said.
New Hampshire?
Did you say New York and New Jersey?
Oh.
I got New York, but I missed New Jersey and New Hampshire. I said Virginia.
Said what you get out.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
So
said
I-
Virginia.
I-
And West
Yeah,
Virginia.
I remember that.
I got all of
Yeah,
those
definitely.
except Arkansas. I missed Arkansas.
You say
too.
Georgia?
You didn't say
Georgia, I missed too. What a joke.
What a
Oh,
joke.
such a mess.
Did
This
you say
shit is so
Missouri?
Did you say Mississippi?
Did you
Yes.
say Missouri?
Yeah, he said Mississippi.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Mississippi,
When you think
Tennessee.
Mississippi, you think Missouri.
Even
I
even
like-
the whole group combined, still I said Kansas. Can't even get close to 48. I just
Okay.
made a dumbass
You
The
bet.
guys-
secret is go by the state. Figure out what state I'm in.
Okay, how about this?
That's a good one.
When we were talking about dumbass bets, the
Oklahoma.
tequila.
I said Oklahoma too.
That one was
I'm
Yeah.
such a fish. I just give it away every time.
6.
You can't do it.
Those of you that put a 2 in the chat that he would lose the prop bet, give yourself a little pat on the shoulder because you win some JJ bucks or Scalancy bucks, whatever they're called.
That one I won't.
But I'm giving you some
I
bucks
would
at
I
home.
would still bet
JJ
against
bucks.
anyone who thinks that they could do 48 now.
My brother can do this.
I'd,
I could do
Every
it.
state and every
I think
castle.
I can do it.
sorry, he checked?
I would bet on his side.
I think I can do it. You want to take it out?
Yeah, I think I'd take it.
15.
John with middle pair and enough flush draw is going to
I just remember
bet and win.
like the Constitution was like, we the people.
I would-
Well, I wouldn't.
We
Not
can't
that I
use the
wouldn't
phones
trust
here.
them. I mean, you could.
Yeah, I don't care. This is more important.
I'd have to get him in here, yeah.
All right, we're going alphabetical.
Yeah.
Let's see. Alabama. I'm gonna just keep listing, and if there's one I miss, Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii.
Would you say Delaware?
I said that. Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts.
Did you say Maine?
Yes. Michigan, Minnesota. I missed.
Minnesota.
Fuck, that was easy.
You're not gonna see one and go, oh, I would have never gotten that
Missouri,
one.
Montana,
That one disappeared from my brain.
Nebraska, someone said. Nevada, New Hampshire, someone said. New Jersey, someone said. New Mexico,
Yeah,
New
you
York,
said Houston, New Mexico.
North Carolina. I'll put this down for a second.
Yeah, you said
I felt like you sort of the Midwest. You kind of,
I completely missed when he said Hawaii,
yeah, he did. He said
Second
that.
round.
that was after like his first like really long
That was
stall.
after like 30.
Yeah.
Chaz. 3.
I mean, I can only do if I go on and on. I think it's still the other
North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, Virginia, Washington, West Virginia, Wisconsin, Wyoming. See, that's the thing, like, I don't...
Sounds like they're all set. Yeah.
I said, like, all of those minus a few. I still
You said
lost by a
still
You
couple.
lost like, you didn't say like 5, right? 5 or 6.
No.
I lose,
Yeah.
but, like,
I think he was
I
up
was
to 30.
closer than...
Was he up to 40? No, he's up to 40.
It
I
was
think,
at 40, yeah.
I think
Definitely
he
was
missed
keeping
8.
track correctly.
Either way, there was at least, like, 4 I didn't say. And plus, I bought out, so it's like, whatever. I lose. I think I got more like 44
it just feels like
now.
beating you in a hand so quickly.
Either way, I got
You gotta
fucking
save that 150.
destroyed.
Put that in your purse.
It was well done, though.
Frame it.
You
No,
tried
that
to
was
get
a
to
mess.
You tried to get to the finish line. You have to give some respect.
Thank you. I appreciate the pity.
I want to see him
I
do
feel like
40
today
shots.
you had like 3 hours of your life. 3 hours of your life.
There's like this 3-year-old kid who goes on like Ellen and they're like, name all like the countries and he's like, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan,
In the world?
Afghanistan.
You think you could do 48?
Name every like.
Or like that's what you?
No.
He can
Oh,
look at
what were
a
you talking
map
about
in all
just
these random areas and name every country.
Why would I
there,
know all
which
the
none of us
states?
could.
All right, Julie.
Yes.
You want to bet 150? I can do 48 now.
Somebody else take now.
I know Bill really wants to see me play again.
3.
I think it would still be hard to do, but I'm not sure I'm willing to bet on it. How about that?
All right, it's better for me not to bet anyway.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
nobody
lose
wants to hear
again.
your voice, man.
Yeah, and I'm gonna lose again too. I'm just so stubborn.
Re-raise. 17.
John, you think you could do 40 right now? I bet against you for sure. Even after all this, I bet against you doing 40.
I think I could. I think 40 is a good line. I would snap 35.
What are you talking about? Periodic table.
Oh God.
Oh, I mean, I don't know any.
That
Oh
means
my
I can
God.
only name
That's
like 5.
chemistry, right?
That's chemistry. What a chance.
Is that science?
You already said
I don't know
kryptonite.
that
That doesn't count.
I don't know.
Kryptonite doesn't count.
I like how you called me a wizard for going west to east, as if like it's better to like.
It is better. You're like.
No,
going,
it's good, but it's so
you're like-
painfully obvious that's what you should do.
No, I would just be all over the place.
Oh
you know?
my
Like I'd be
God,
anything that came to my
what a
mind,
mess.
I'd be like that one.
Yeah, I'll
You gotta
say
picture the map in
Florida.
your head. Right?
Yeah, you know,
Just
I'm like,
to-
I'll bet a lot.
Start with the
of money.
quarters and then we'll go in.
How about that? I bet a lot of money that people can't do it if let's say you don't go regionally, you go more alphabetically, not specifically, but like general.
I think I would give.
alphabetical.
I bet I would give more that way.
Really? No.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that'd be hard.
Give me a 15-minute timeout, and you gotta bet.
If you get penalized for having one wrong, every time you have it wrong.
Man, ace jack. You win, Julie. You beat me.
Yay.
Congratulations. Happy for you.
Thank you.
The best part is like, let's assume there's like someone watching from most of these states that I missed, and they're just screaming like, "Fuck you, man! Minnesota rules!" You know?
Yeah.
I'm sitting right here.
I'm right here, asshole.
Yeah, I forgot Minnesota.
Yeah, we got a call
Go
from Joe from
Vikings.
Montana. He wants us to talk to Garrett for a minute.
I'll bet 3.
It's tilting though to try and do it. It's like, you think
48.
Think you
What
know
a
it.
fish I am. I wasn't even fucking.
I would never
close.
try to go 48. I mean, 35. I think.
You don't think you could do more than that? No.
Nah.
1,300.
Definitely, I wouldn't.
And
get more than
capitals.
40.
What are the odds you could do capitals?
I can't.
Oh, wow, that's gotta be, I would say,
I could probably do like
if you took the average American, they probably couldn't get 25.
And we're off to the races.
No, much less.
That's what I'm saying. They couldn't-
John with top hair.
Yeah, I don't think I could.
Garrett with the inside straight
I
draw.
mean,
Yeah, I don't
half the people, like when you look at like Jimmy Kimmel interviewing or
One
the,
Oh my gosh.
they're like,
I'm
people
not sure
don't even know like Canada's
I
not
ever
part of
did
the
know
United
what they
States.
I might take you off on a capital option if you want.
Really?
Some of them are,
You think you
some
can
of
get
them are
50 capitals?
John gets sneaky here and
I could only get like.
after 3 betting, checks his top pair.
What is it? I don't know.
He
Like
knows
there's
Garrett's an
cities that you
aggressive
think
opponent.
are
He's going
capitals
to be doing
because
some
they're
betting.
the most
They're the
popular city,
yeah.
but
What's the
that
capital
doesn't
of
right.
Iowa?
Like it can, yeah.
I don't know Iowa. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I think.
Oh, you guys have capitals in
Idaho.
states?
Yeah.
Oh my
What did you
God.
think we were talking
Oh,
about?
I thought you meant countries. Oh no.
4800 in the
like,
pot.
You're gonna know capitals. No.
No.
Idaho's capital.
He is
John's
secretly
gonna do the
American
betting
and
this
she
time.
did that.
Idaho's
The
capital.
street.
24.
Is Boise the capital of Idaho?
Yeah.
I don't think
See,
so.
that's what
I
I'm
think
saying.
it's
Look at that. We don't even.
I don't know. Yeah. But that's the one city I know. In that.
Boise. No, I know a lot of cities in Idaho, but
Well, I'll tell you that half the people in the East Coast don't know what the capital of California would be.
Yeah.
They would assume it's San Francisco or
Or LA.
What is it?
Sacramento.
All right, Julie, I got
Well,
another
that's
one
what
for
you
you
the
if you
average
want.
person who the
Or
governor
bitching
of like
about
their
it.
state is. They want.
Bitching about it.
Julie, here's
Yes.
another one for you. This
the
requires
mayor?
the table to hear my voice slightly less.
Okay.
Too. You get to
I'm in for 100.
yeah, you get to look at your phone, or if you just know, that's fine too. And you get to ask me. Let's keep it short, unless you want to double the number. Percentage-wise, the same. 5
300.
states, and I have to name the capital of 4 out of 5. 4 is a push.
But she gets to choose the
You
state.
get to choose the 5 states. Yeah.
What's the wager? I'm trying to.
Whatever you want. Give me my
Is that
150
anybody
back.
want?
Let's go small. Let's just do the 150.
Okay.
Yeah?
4 states. How about?
Wait. So it's 5, and 4 is
I
a
asked
push.
you 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
But she can look and see which ones she
Sure.
want to pick, right?
Sure.
I feel like.
Can I
Sure,
look?
let's
There's some
Sure,
tricky
yeah.
ones.
Go ahead. That's part of the bet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Check.
Preferably
I don't-
not when you're in a hand, so they don't yell at
No,
us.
I understand, but okay.
I don't give a fuck. Do it in the hand, but they're gonna yell.
Okay, we're on.
Okay, bet 150.
Okay.
Here we go. I just keep leaving myself. Like I just look a little dumber after every fucking bet. Do California. Start with an easy one. Help a brother out.
600.
She's just gonna
Maria's going to bet this turn after we went 5 ways.
I know, I'm just looking for a
No. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing.
She did turn some good equity here. Bill with the slow play trip still keeping Maria's range super wide.
I actually can't win. Like, how am I
Okay,
gonna get all five?
Kentucky.
Check.
2 pair on the board with an ace kicker from
Frankfurt.
Maria, but Bill's got the full
Wow.
house.
That was a bad one.
3,000.
That was impressive.
She got unlucky.
3,000.
She got unlucky.
She got unlucky. I have connections to Kentucky. That's why.
That was impressive.
South Dakota.
Bismarck.
No.
No. Oh wait, give me another chance. Like it's, I lose, but
Was it Helena?
10 seconds.
what is it? Actually, okay, I don't know. I'm good.
Anybody get it?
What is it?
Capital of South Dakota?
South
Yeah.
Dakota City.
Here.
Bill bets a little over the
Okay,
size
I'm
of the
already
pot.
down. I gotta
Maria
get
trying to
3 rows.
concentrate in
I
this
can't.
hand.
This is another dumb as fuck bet.
Washington.
Trying not to crack a smile
Thomas.
as she figures this one out.
Olympia?
Wait, you're not looking.
They're like
You're not looking
so
at the
hard for
capital.
me to get in.
You're not looking at the capital before he.
No, I am. I
Oh.
just scrolled back.
Oh, Bill.
How many more do you have?
2 more.
Maria
I
does
gotta
make
get,
the
I gotta
good
go
fold.
perfect.
It's been a
perfect
while
just
since
to
I've said,
push.
oh, Bill.
Minnesota.
I gotta just go with my gut. I guess I just lose every time. That's my gut. I wouldn't even know. I don't even have a second guess. St. Paul.
That would be my guess.
Right.
All right, I got one more.
Right.
Fuck. I gotta go perfect again. Do Arizona. Arizona's the top one.
I wish I could help on this one. Okay.
300.
Now I'm just starting to hate myself. I got a chance at pushing. I could have done something here.
This is probably a dumb. How much?
3. 2 more.
This is probably a dumb one to ask, but Nirvana.
4 players.
I think again. I just gotta go with my gut. That's how I play. I just play bad. So I'm just
Second.
gonna go Carson City.
You got it?
No, we push.
That one, I actually would not have got that one.
I think
I
that's
knew
hard.
it wasn't Vegas when you announced it, so I was like
1,000?
screwed. 'Cause I'm
Good
like,
game. Good game.
Okay, let's push.
I'll take it. I can take a push at this point. Same bet if you want it. Another 150. You can pick 5 more cities or states.
You're pretty good at these. Okay,
Book it. Let's go.
Michigan.
Maria with an open-ended straight draw and gets there with middle pair on the turn.
Fancy.
Well done.
Probably a line where she starts check calling now.
Check. Check.
Trenton.
Oh, I'm gonna lose this fucking bet.
Probably not.
We have 3 chances left.
3,400 in the pot. Does Maria want to go super thin for value here and try to get called by an 8 or weaker?
Vermont.
Or does she just check with her showdown value?
Montpelier? Hell yeah.
Doing very
10
well.
seconds.
I think both are good.
Just like Gary Trotsky, man.
And the bet should be small. About
After
a
all this, I'm gonna
third pot
push if I
size.
can go perfect,
13.
perfect. I'm gonna get you for nothing.
Iowa.
And she does eke out a little bit of value from Bill.
How many have I gotten right? 3 or 4?
3. You got 3, yeah.
3? Des Moines.
Yes, but I think I said it this way. Yeah. Okay.
You get 1 more.
I won the first board.
Is it the Scotland round now, by the way?
Let's do it. I'll do one.
Better round.
Delaware.
Dover.
Oh,
Let's go. All right, we're even. If you want it again, you got it.
Yeah, I'll take 100 though.
no, I want to change topics.
Okay, all right.
You needed to shove like a super obvious one in there and make him like second guess himself.
I thought that one of them was pretty obvious.
Is it Mount
You
Pelier? Is that how you say it? Does anyone
You
know?
needed to give him like Oklahoma and like just fucking.
I think it's got to be French, right?
Yeah,
Is it Mount Pelier?
Montpellier.
Yeah, I said it.
Is it
All right.
San
You said it right.
Francisco,
I said it
Montpellier?
right.
Right?
Yeah.
Top five.
They're coming up with a new one.
I need
32.
help.
We raised to 32.
I do think they're on this, okay. African nation countless. Well, Sammy and I played, yeah, we played the alphabet. Oh, I need to do that.
And a battle between Garrett and John.
Sammy and I played this game where you're like, oh, that's really hard.
Garrett's going to be betting here at a high frequency
Wait, hold on.
since he could have ace king
How about we give him
and all the strong
name
hands.
half the countries in Africa or something like that.
2200 is the number.
No way, right? Let's say how many.
No way he'd take it.
Let's say 54.
John with 2 pairs is going to continue the turn.
How many do you think he can name?
And the brick of all bricks, the deuce of diamonds on the turn.
I would say
What are the odds he's gonna name 54 after
check.
I don't know what the line is.
This
I'll go
goes
for
check,
15.
check.
I would say, I think I could name 15 African countries, but I don't know. No?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
That sounds.
You're looking at a list right now. I don't think that's quite.
You could do 20? Yeah. You're from like.
11,600 in the pot. And Garrett's about to go hammer time and bet 10,000. Seems to always be trying to put John in a spot.
Yeah, I definitely think Sam is the only one who can might be able to. He's good at
John knows that he's ahead of like 10 jack, 9 10, 8 9 suiteds that would all play this way. But Garrett definitely does still have the strongest range here. He can have pocket queens that would play like this. He could even be going super thin with like ace queen, merging his range here. Trying to look bluffy and get something like jacks, 10s, 9s to call.
What percentage of those guys 54 after that throwing strikes?
What?
Throwing strikes.
21,600 in the pot. John has to risk 10,000 to win 21,600. So if he's right here, something like 33% of the time, he will make this call. Pretty tough to think that your hand is good 33% of the time on this board in a 3-bet pot. But we do know Garrett is fairly loose, and we've seen him go crazy in YouTube videos with 10-4 off. And last week with ace-10 versus Andy, and Andy called him down with deuces. Wow, and look at John. He's reaching, and John makes the call. What a phenomenal call by John. John was way too low in his distribution, but he's playing the player and knows that Garrett is very aggressive. And Andy's looking like, yep, I did the same thing last week.
You got a new thing or what? Most things I'm probably gonna say no to.
Okay, so what number of countries do you think you could name in Africa?
2.5. There's like, yeah, we're not gonna come to an agreement just because like what you think won't be hard, I know nothing about.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
No,
So,
no, no, I'm just wondering.
Yeah, yeah. We're betting small. Like I won't hustle
Anybody
you.
here, no, no, I know. Does anybody here think they could name how many countries in Africa? Who thinks
Hey
so?
man, good fucking call, dude. Proud of you. Great job.
600.
Did you think about folding?
No, I was pretending the whole time.
Thanks. No, it makes me feel better.
Your quads got cracked.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, it's quad
Oh,
aces on the
really?
board now.
Cloud nine? Aces?
Yeah.
No. Oh, you're right.
How much is the high end?
There was only 2 minutes left.
I know. He said
Bill, how much is the high hand?
like 20.
550.
550.
Call me sometime.
Just get a royal flash. Nobody will crack that.
I would absolutely think that that's not a
Bill, I can't go to sleep. I need to know how much was that high hand you won the other night?
I actually won one here.
Yeah, you were trying to leave.
Hang around and I wound up tipping it all to the dealers. Just to
You don't feel like you can do
go
it,
get the
then
money. One to do the paperwork and then they come back with the chips on all your retained.
6.
here we go. Bill putting in the cold 4-bet. Bill just feels the game flow and feels that Garrett might be getting in the mix after losing that hand. And Garrett's going to see a flop. This guy started the hand with something like 36,000 effective. Great flop for Bill. He has a backdoor flush draw. He has range advantage. He has a gut shot. And quite frankly, a board where he's can go bet 3. Bill does decide to check this one back. We've seen Bill play pretty balanced in these spots, where he's checked back strong hands, so he can still rep some strong hands here. Oh, he gets checked down and Garrett wins with 6s. Shout out, we got almost 7,000 viewers in the chat. What's up, y'all? Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit the like button if you like what you're watching. Got quite the cast of characters.
What?
That is John Cynn right there. Seat number 7, the 2018 World Series main event champion. That is Maria Ho in seat number 1. That is Bill Klein in seat number 3. Julie Yorn in seat number 9, the movie producer. Most work that she's known for is the movie Hell or High Water. Seat number 2, that is Garrett Adelstein. Seat number 5, Andy. We've got quite the cast of characters in the mix today.
I feel like that's in there like non-stop, like every time.
It's every Thursday.
Wayne Chang is in the building. Wayne Chang put together this game for y'all today, so you guys want to thank Wayne in the building. He is in the chat. I see him. What's up, Wayne?
Thank you. 4,000.
Garrett has been in the mix
Starting to make sense.
ever since that hand with John Cohen, and he's going to keep going. That's now 2 in a row. Wayne is the producer here at Live at the Bike, scheduling and putting together these games on Fridays. So.
Told you you wouldn't get away with it.
These guys are sleeping. Been on the job.
Me, on the other hand, you just watch.
Six. That's up. Check.
30.
500. Yeah.
listening to Garrett trying to name these 50 states. I feel like really drained the table. Sucked up all our energy.
Socially, you're gonna slow. Guess you're all cheering for me so hard, huh?
600. Come on.
It was actually like,
Just one more.
it was actually a little bit stressful. Like every time like you would skip over a state, I'd just be like, oh,
Oh, God.
I want to say it.
620.
You can tell I started slowing down.
We raised to 3,000.
Like, what?
Yeah, a little bit stuffy.
Yeah, I definitely got slow rolled, but also I couldn't think of it. You had to have, right? Yeah. Yeah, maybe Julie gives me a more creative thing I have if we can get an accurate fucking
Oh, I want a
count.
cooler too, but no, I'm saying it should be cooler in it.
I mean, it wasn't like you was right.
71 right now.
Yeah.
Just trust me. If poker doesn't work out, Andy, you should fucking count votes in Florida, man.
Andy was right. Why, you think, oh, you think Andy's saying
How
that?
many states do you think, when you were going over the list, somebody said you didn't say that, and you said, oh, I said that, but you didn't actually say that? Do you think there were? Yeah.
I would be happy to bet the line at 1. Sure.
I would think you would have to be wrong. I would have to think you would have to be wrong.
600.
Can you take
It's
it?
got
You
a
like
hog.
the other side of 1.
Yeah, I think I like the other side of one.
Huh? Yeah,
How much?
the other room, I was thinking it's so cool when you take the temperature.
600. Should have made it 6,000.
Dude, I'm
Yeah.
trying to just think that you do, where like once you start losing this play, every hand hope just get really fucking. That's what I'm doing, and it's working.
Yeah, it's my strategy.
2 or 3 in a row.
Start
I
being
just
real
do it.
aggro every time.
Yeah, just like, well, just pile a whole bunch of money in here and hope it works out. 2 hands in a row, I did it.
They know I'm not this much of a fish. They think this is I'm tilted.
I gotta have it.
Yeah, I gotta have it this time.
Yeah.
Bill with an open-ended. Kayhan with the gut shot, and Johnson with the nut flush draw.
Probably fold ace queen calls.
We're going to go 3 ways to this river. 6,200 now in the pot. Johnson will win if no one bets. Hard for Kayhan to keep betting once you get called in 2 spots.
Ace high.
And Johnson's going to win 6,200 with ace high.
So if I let him bluff
Fuck
this
it,
time,
yeah.
Ooh, baby.
I won't be able to live this down. I got
I mean, honestly, you made it.
no, really, I couldn't live with myself. There was now you can bluff me like 3 more times. So I get really mad again.
Too smart for me, man. Come on, I don't want to play this game. I just play my cards.
Why, thank you. Played my heart out on that one. I thought about making it 6,000 pre-flop. Sorry? Sorry? Just kidding.
No, that's
Yeah,
like.
it's fine. Yeah, sorry. I'm just gonna leave it here, away from.
In John's reach.
I'll take it.
Consider it right into the thing.
Wait, is it on me?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you guys say something?
I'm sitting here
We
talking.
just like you too much.
It's 600.
You don't want to put you under pressure. Stress you out.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh man, I saw Joker for the first time yesterday.
Jack.
And Maria with the straight draw flush draw. Gonna put in the C bet here. Smiley with middle pair. gets her with the straight on this turn, and let's see what sizing she elects here. Oh, and she checks it. Cool check by Maria. $4,000 in the pot. And Maria wants to get called by something like an ace or some sort of two pair that got there. So she'll probably pick something like 2,500, I would assume. Oh, she's going for the pot size bet. Pot size bet for Maria. Smiley, who's been playing very solid this stream, I don't think he can make this call, though he has a removal to the straight. And this hand has been played super weird. He would be have to just hoping that Maria bricked with some sort of flush draw.
Oh, you do? You actually live in Norway.
Something like 5-6 of clubs, 7-6 of clubs, 8-9 of clubs, something like 9-10 of clubs.
That's a yes.
That's what Smiley's thinking about. It's a tough call, actually, when you can pull out some bluff combos like that. Even King-9 of clubs, if Maria had that, with some good removal to a straight draw and a flush draw. And as I think about these combos more, this bet gets tougher versus Smiley. Smiley does have good removal to King-Queen, like I said before, and doesn't pertain a club in his hand.
It's a tough city. This game's too good for you.
Pot size bets, Maria's saying something polar, like she has a very good two pair. The nut straight is what the story she's telling with this pot size bet, or a swing and a miss. And Smiley's trying to figure this one out. Already used 2 time chips. And Smiley does make the call. Maria's pot size bet does work
flop.
magic for her. She wins a $12,000 pot.
It's doable. There are ways I can think of.
Julie, do you want to do presidents starting with Eisenhower?
What do you mean by starting?
And a quick shout out to Mac for Standig, proud sponsor of Live at the Bike for Standig Law Firm. Here's his contact information, and thank you very much, Mac for Standig. Here are the cumulative winnings.
Best Director Awards from
John up 22,000 after that hand with Garrett. Johnson up 14,200. Garrett up 8,300. Julie up 8,100.
You guys should just do like
Maria
a trade
down.
off.
And Maria up 3,900.
You guys should
And the
just like
rest
trade off like
of the 4
one.
players are in the red. We've still got about an hour and a half to rock with y'all. So let's see if these players that are in the red
I'll play if you give me like
can get in the green.
You guys should do a contest of who can name more DJs, underground DJs at raves.
Yeah, if they played at a major festival.
Doesn't count.
Alright, for every best picture you have been in, I get to name any DJ.
Probably be even match. Maybe you guys should do it.
Must name a DJ somebody here knows.
between Garrett and Andy, and they haven't really tangled too hard today. Last week they were at each other's necks. And Garrett bets his 2 9s. Looks like Andy put in a raise here on this turn. Andy and Garrett always playing hands tricky versus each other. And Garrett's laughing, so he's probably going to give this one up once he breaks that. And he says, I don't know. And then he folds. Usually. But Garrett's reaching for the time chip, and he's going to hand it over to Magic. Garrett with the head nod. That means he's getting closer to folding. And Andy's going to take that one down. Oh, actually, there's a river card. Oh, there's a run out. Our graphic was a little bit off. That's why we were on that river. And Garrett did make the call of 2,300, and that's the board run out. So Andy went for some thin value there with 2 10s being on the board with the raise on the river with just the queen. Sorry, that hand was a little graphic error there. I guess our reader wasn't reading it correctly there.
Smiley has 10K. Brian.
The other 30 the other 30
400.
All the players missed this board, and John's bet with an open-ended straight draw. Julia's going to float with her ace high and her backdoor straight draw flush draw. Very good card for Julie, giving her a straight draw and a flush draw. Pair for John to go along with his up and down straight draw. Full house for John. I would imagine he's going to try to eke out a small ounce of value here, like 800. Smaller, 400. 500, that is. Sorry, guys. And you can see what makes these players super talented on Fridays. The fact that they go for super thin value.
Straight?
They're fearless in 3-betting and 4-betting.
Do you have trips?
The turn was good, man. We did a guy, so.
Turn was good for you? That's how I hit my full house. I hit 10. Well, no, the river put the third jack in there.
Right. I was gonna say that.
Can you beat 2 pair?
My full house, yeah.
Oh. Hold on. No, I'm the button.
Oh, okay.
You want my card then?
No. Thank you.
I think I should get big. Alright.
Johnson and Maria going toe-to-toe.
Check is good.
John's going to put in a small bet, more for protection here. Some thin value from ace highs. And this does go check,
Nines?
check.
These might trip queens.
Maria Ho's nines are good.
Huh?
Johnson with the 3-bet. Knows that John Cohen has a very wide range. Catches him right on time with Jack-10 offsuit. Julie's going to cold call this 3-bet on the button with a suited ace. Huge flop for Johnson, although Julie still does have equity advantage.
My brother could do the state one, I think, and the capital.
You do 20 world capital.
World, like, okay, country and their capital, right?
Just literally name the capital.
Yeah.
And you can have like infinite wrong answers too.
Okay.
Oh.
This is like, I mean, you gotta give like, I mean,
Is it that
this
bad?
is like a specialty.
And a bet of 2,300 on that turn gets the job done.
I think I could do 10 for sure.
Gets the better 9 to fold.
King of diamonds to a state.
World capital.
World capital.
I want to throw up.
I bet he can't do 10.
20 is 20 today. Yeah,
Either way.
that's
No,
what
I mean whenever.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll let you know. No, today I'm leaving. I'm going to cook
You
dinner.
guys got to bet. I'm not
Like a
involved.
real
Yeah, no, I'm just letting you know.
You just have to fire off 10.
He also has to factor in like the embarrassment if he can't do
Yeah,
10.
exactly,
Like,
you
the
know, like-
whole world is just so embarrassed for him. What an American thing to do that would be, huh? To not be able to name 10 fucking world capitals.
I think I can do 10, yeah. I think I can do 10.
You would for sure.
No chance.
Yeah, you
I don't
would
think you could.
easily do 10.
No, I don't think so. You think this because you're from Norway?
No, but he gave me like 3 or
American
4.
I get, that's the thing. I'm
He
going to
gave
use
me like
those.
3
I'm
or
going to
4
use
and he
those.
was like, that's all I got.
Yeah, those
That's
are my
it.
main ones.
Western Europe, that's all you get. I'm guessing.
You
I'll
could maybe
take the
get
over
like
on 10.
a couple
I'll take
from
300.
North America.
How much do you want to do? Whatever you want. I'll take the over on 10. Let's go.
300.
300? Alright, deal.
Wait, well, you want your own action or what?
You can't.
Yeah.
Oh, he's,
Check.
okay.
Yeah, I'll take my own action, yeah.
Because if not,
Okay.
I fucking want it.
Okay, so 150 each, then I guess, or 300.
Sure.
Alright.
Okay.
500.
He's gonna quiz it.
Alright. America count.
Wait,
Does
wait,
America
hold on,
count?
wait,
Does
hold on,
America?
hold on.
America.
You're saying he has to name any 10 capitals, or can you stop him and ask again?
You can't say the state capital. That does not count.
No, country capital. Country capital.
That was
Are you
like
naming yourself or she's quizzing you? I'm naming
I'm not gonna.
I don't even think you can name 10 countries.
It's going to be close.
Okay, so who's monitoring this on their phone?
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna keep count.
Okay.
Alright. Mexico City, Mexico.
Yeah. You don't need to say the name of
Okay. London. Stockholm.
3.
Madrid. 4.
That's it. He's done. Take the under for of 2 from here on out.
Melbourne. Or Sydney.
What was your guys' wager in terms of wrong answers?
Okay.
No, that is not correct.
Okay.
No, I know, but what did you guys say about wrong answers?
I agree. I think there should be some.
I know Melbourne.
We'll go with.
You can't just start guessing.
Yeah. We'll go with wrong
You
answer.
guys need
He
to
can't-
set this shit up way ahead of time.
It's fine. We'll go with. How many do I have? I have 4.
No, you were
I
the one who
agree.
said it.
Sydney should
No,
Sydney
hold
should
on,
not
hold
count.
on.
You cannot guess it on your second
Oh,
one.
by the way, yeah.
Yeah, Sydney should count.
Should not count.
No, don't count. You better guess
It's not a
Melbourne.
capital, but it's counted as the wrong answer.
Oh yeah, count.
Yeah. Okay, so we have
But
4.
how,
So
wait,
far.
how does it? Huh?
So, so just do 10 wrong
Check.
answers and you're out.
No, 10 wrong answers. He's guessing 10.
Yeah,
No,
but
he can.
They're all fish for not clarifying the term.
I agree.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
My
We're at
fault.
4, right? I got it.
You got 4 right and 1 wrong. We'll just make that one.
One wrong doesn't matter except he just can't say capital of Australia anymore. Like
Yeah.
Australia's
Oh,
off
yeah,
I don't know
limits.
if this one's
Yeah.
Rio de Janeiro.
No.
By the way, neither city was the capital of Australia.
Oh my god, are you serious? I'm just gonna
Hold on,
pay.
man.
What the
Brisbane.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Let me think of this.
Oh yeah, guys, that's 2 wrong answers. You can't guess 2 wrong. So there has to-
Lisbon.
We're drunk.
Lisbon.
Hold on.
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah,
Only because we said it.
Hold on.
Sorry,
That's what, 5?
yeah 5.
Paris.
No, hold on, but
6?
I think that what happens with the
Wait,
fact
wait,
that we
wait,
guess
wait.
2
This one's
wrong.
cool.
No, it
He's
doesn't
no
matter.
longer allowed to guess those countries when he gets them wrong.
Yeah,
I
but
think
that
that's
doesn't
fair.
feel like- okay.
Okay,
I
6.
feel like it
Um,
should work against us.
Beijing.
I don't think that's
yeah,
right.
7.
Wait, is that the capital of China?
For sure, I know that one.
7.
Half
I would
Chinese.
hope you would know that. Wait, was that the capital of China?
Tokyo, Japan.
8.
Brilliant, bro.
Seoul,
That one was
Seoul,
sick.
South Korea, Seoul.
Yeah, 9.
Oh wow, he'll get it. Uh-oh.
Oh
Alright.
no,
That
bro.
tilts him completely.
It's like outrageous the number of painfully easy ones you haven't said. Like just like
I'm just
fucking
like-
head exploding.
This is what we were thinking when you were skipping
It's
states.
fucking insane, dude.
No,
There's
no.
like 10 of them that are just like.
Check her out.
Nebraska.
Check. Hold on, I'm in this hand. Try to get it.
Just wait till the end of the
He's
hand.
gonna win, but it's fucking
You know what I mean?
embarrassing, dude.
They couldn't snap it.
I know.
They needed a time extension, they could just the name.
It was time extension.
I think he should lose 1 or 2 every time he has the wrong answer. It should cancel out.
You guys are just renegotiating your terms.
He's gonna bet 800 into this pot.
We can let you buy out though.
Gets the street of value right there.
He couldn't name 10 capitals
Alright, what am I
outside
doing here? Alright.
One more.
world capitals, but I think honestly.
Bangkok,
Thailand.
Thailand, yeah.
Is that right?
Bro, how about Washington fucking DC?
No, wait, I knew America couldn't count.
Yeah,
Obviously
good.
You
America.
didn't say that.
No, American.
No, but I mean, I
You
was
said
not
outside
gonna.
of
I was not
America.
gonna win like that.
How about fucking Toronto, man?
Canada?
Oh,
I wasn't
Good.
sure if it
I'm
was
glad you
Toronto.
know
I
it's
wasn't
right.
sure about
no,
Canada.
dude.
I wasn't
North
sure.
Korea. Toronto.
How about fucking Rome?
Yeah, like Rome, Italy. Yeah, no, I mean.
How about Moscow?
Yeah,
dude?
yeah.
I mean, it's just.
These are ones I know, but I
You
just I
guys,
gotta think.
I'm gonna like have to push back on paying because I think that was badly
Yeah,
structured
fuck this
and
guy.
it's my own fault.
Okay, we'll come to something. We'll do a new one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because honestly, he can't just be like
I don't know.
Sydney and Melbourne. No, those
I don't know if
aren't
I'm
right.
gonna
We'll
buy
move on to
action
the
and then this next one because
Julie,
this
how
is
about
fucking
you want to bet
horrifying.
against me where I name their primary language is Spanish?
Oh, that's
Oh.
a nice one. Oh yeah.
I think somebody else should get in this betting.
Okay, how many countries?
Because I don't feel like
Belgium.
I don't feel like I screwed that up.
I feel like it's a hustle, but I'll take
Yeah,
it.
it's okay. We
It's
didn't
my
really
own
like
game
lay it down.
included,
So.
Seven?
7. No, 7 is too.
7 Spanish-speaking countries.
Ah, no, that's too easy. Then. 7.
How about 7?
I think I could do that
How
one.
about this?
How about 10?
how about
How many
What?
Portuguese?
How about 7 French-speaking territories?
You can't think like either you snap off or
Yeah.
Could you do 7 French?
The primary language is Spanish.
they're like the first language.
Okay, and I get like 3 wrong answers.
I should have said
Bet?
Prague, Czech
Alright, how
Republic.
much you want to
That's
bet?
one.
500. All right.
I feel like 1 or 2 of
Huh?
yours might have been wrong.
All right,
Okay.
3 wrong answers.
Prague.
Alright.
Oh, we gotta double
Yeah,
check
let's
this
check
because I'm not
one
entirely.
Yeah.
Huh?
You know North Korea?
I don't know North Korea. I said
Uh-oh.
Seoul
But
for
don't
South
say
Korea.
any country names now. We gotta bet those
I think I know around 20. I'm not thinking of them right now.
There's
Yeah.
no way you can. I mean, I couldn't even
I just
believe
did 11 with Prague, right? Prague, Czech Republic. I just did 11.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
the
we
next-
won't bet, but I'll try and
Okay.
get the 20. Yeah. We'll try to do 20. We're at
Does
11 right
anybody know the capital of Australia? Bill, you know.
Yeah.
Brisbane.
Oh, you know.
There are two people playing this
It
game.
is heads up.
Yeah, let's
I
go
think
back.
it's Canberra.
Let's go around.
And Smiley wants to play a hand with Garrett in position here.
Maybe I should not go over 20. Yeah, I think I
High frequency board of a C-bet from Garrett. It does pertain the king of diamonds.
sweating there. I was like, dude, because when the pressure's on, my brain
All right,
is like, it just doesn't work, you know?
So anytime like you disagree or whatever, just check,
Check,
okay?
yeah.
So it's 10 countries, I get 3 wrong answers.
3 wrong answers.
Okay, so I'll start with Mexico,
Yeah.
Spain,
Yeah. Valid. You got 2 now.
yeah,
It's good to
Costa
have an
Rica.
international diamonds. Hold on a second.
If you want to check
No.
any of them,
I
go
think
ahead.
this one's easy.
This is
I
this
think
one.
I could do this
I can't. Yeah, I can't believe you would book this one.
Honduras,
I challenge and said try French speaking because I don't think you can get that.
Nicaragua,
How many is he supposed to name? 7?
Yeah.
I gotta check the Honduras. Actually, but I think it is.
Yeah, I think it's right.
Oh, I forgot Manila, Philippines. That one I forgot.
I remember you got this one.
Because you went there.
You
Huh?
forgot like
No, I just like
Brussels,
forgot it.
you
Like,
forgot about it.
yeah.
Option, Julie?
I'll wait till we're both out of hands or whatever.
Let him live.
Alright,
Just the 3 of us? 3 blind? 3 blind men?
check. Bet 200.
Limp pot, we haven't seen too many of these. Kayhan with the flush draw.
Heads up.
And Johnson's going to call with his gutter.
Check.
And we're going to go check. And another bet, because Kayhan now turns it open-ended to go with his monster draw.
Okay, you ready? You can, I'm at 5.
5.
Yeah. You can check any of them later or whatever if you want.
Nicaragua.
Okay, Argentina,
No. Oh yeah, Argentina.
I think
Yeah.
Argentina.
No,
Def-
that was
you guys can
That-
check during or
No,
later,
no,
whatever
I
you
was
want.
thinking something else. Yeah, Argentina.
Are you, am I checking or am I going? Okay, Uruguay, Paraguay,
They were all Spanish.
Yeah.
Peru,
Oh my god, I'm drawing dead.
Yeah.
That was such a bad bet.
That one was bad. That one was bad.
Has he done them all?
One more.
Oh. Man.
just want to get it right. Not even, don't want to waste any wrong answers. Colombia.
That's the one I was going to say. That was so
Did you
obvious.
say
that
Spain?
Yeah, we did. That's
300.
26. I got you.
Did he say
Let me know if
Puerto
there's
Rico?
any you object.
Is Puerto Rico a country? It's kind of a. It's
I didn't say
a.
Puerto Rico.
No, Brazil's Portuguese.
Portuguese.
You pass that over to my man. We're not supposed to pass it.
Okay.
Alright. Good job. Hold on.
How about French?
Oh my god, that was such a fish bet, actually. That was a fish bet.
That was fish.
Jesus Christ.
I guarantee you if you made that bet with John, you get it.
No, 100% I would get it. 100% I would get
I
it.
would give a sick price to him. I'm like,
No, you
like,
don't.
I know you would never
He's
get that.
full of
shit.
shit.
Never.
That one would be easier for me than the one I just did.
No, you would immediately start naming
No, I would do South.
Portuguese-speaking countries.
No.
Immediately. No, 3 of
Didn't
the
you just
first
say
5
Brazil?
you'd say would
No,
be
he
Portuguese.
said Brazil and I
for
said it was
sure.
Portuguese. I do that one with Portuguese.
What would be the what?
You'd say
Portugal.
What's the other one?
Brazil, Portugal, and
Oh, no, he's finding those.
Brisbane,
know.
That's what I'm saying, like those two.
I don't know. 400?
India.
Yeah, you'd say London. You just say London. You just spaz out London. You'd be like Beijing. Start naming
Vancouver.
cities.
Big flop for Smiley, and let's see how fast he plays this one.
I don't care how much I do is playing poker.
Kayhan with the
One shot thing.
gut shot as well. Smiley's going with the check call. Pretty deceptive to have a straight flush draw and just to proceed with the call. Check mark for Smiley there.
Julie, another game we could play if you want is we can just play like versus, where you pick a category and you and I just go back and forth until someone can't name one.
So, I was gonna say, there's the thing, if you wanna do something.
Doing Latin, right? Or
No, because we were doing the alphabet thing, where you go like, if I have A, I have to, like, pick a category. And then like, I say
1800 from
Smiley,
Smiley, but
say
Kayhan with just King High
And
releases.
it's harder than you think, like movie titles, songs.
Yeah, sure.
No, you don't like that?
I think it's like a little better if we just like pick, and of course like, you know, it
What
needs to
is
be
versus?
mutually agreed upon, like a category. So again, you get how that would work, right? We just say countries and we switch off, and
I see.
if you either repeat or get one wrong, you just lose.
Right.
Yeah. Let me
Okay.
know if you're interested in that. And just think of
I
a
am, but
category.
what's a category?
Yeah. I don't know. Try to think of one that's like fair for both of us, you know?
Vegetables.
Vegetables, and I think I'm dead. How about makes of cars, not
Oh,
models,
God,
makes.
exactly.
No, yeah. We'll find any of those. It'll be okay.
I felt so like, man.
Poker hand rankings.
I'm not in that cars very much. But.
Famous poker players. Name, let's see if John can name every main event winner from the beginning.
from 2003, I think it'd be close. I think I could do.
I could do main event winners if
Well,
you
like
want,
the poker
Julie.
boom, you know, so that's a good.
But what about before, like when Bobby Baldwin won?
No, I can't name all those.
Julie, do you want to do main event winners?
No, I can't.
Play
do
heads
it.
up in that.
But somebody else here could do it. You and John.
150.
Play whoever.
I'm not giving you any more actors.
I think this John should know.
I don't know. I don't think I can beat him.
Um,
I'm trying to think of if I know any like obscure ones.
He only knows his own year.
Let's do it for really small. Then. Let's do it for like $25.
okay.
I
Let's
got
do 25
You
bucks.
want it?
Alright, yeah, I'm in.
All right.
So what? So you get if you screw up, you're out.
You lose. It's
And
just heads up.
Is there a time limit?
Yeah.
Per like.
I don't care because we're both playing hands too, so I feel like a time limit's
No
like
time
done.
limit, okay.
Yeah, right.
Okay. But you can't screw up.
And we're going to chop this
Yeah,
one up.
or-
Both players with ace high.
Okay. Okay, I like that. And
So what year are you starting with? 2000?
No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Any
any
year.
year.
Any
We
year.
just name off until we can't name one.
Okay, got it.
All right, I'm gonna say John Cynn.
Oh, this guy going easy right away. Chris Moneymaker.
Greg Raymer.
So far in order of coolest.
Johnson first, then Chris
I'm
Money.
trying to think of the easy one, so you can't get the easy
Oh
one.
my
Greg
God.
Mercer.
Doyle Brunson.
Can you say?
Wait, did Doyle win a main?
Can you say them twice if they won twice?
Johnny Chan.
Johnny Chan won twice.
Doyle won when they had the
Bill Helmy.
voted.
Yeah.
Jerry Yang.
Joe Hashem.
Greg Raymer.
You said that already.
Oh,
didn't you?
Did I?
Wow.
Did I really?
Boom!
600.
Check
That's
the tape, baby. Check the
Incredible.
tape.
How did I do that?
So what happens?
Did I really say that?
I think he did he?
Yeah, he did.
Yes.
That was the third one.
Garrett,
on you.
It went Cynn, Moneymaker, Raymer, and then
said, yeah.
Merson.
Right.
Because I remember I was saying Greg Raymer in my head, so I'm not sure if I was just saying it. But you guys heard it? Okay.
You said it second.
How come no one said Jamie Gold?
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
that's the one that came to my mind.
Yeah, me too.
Jamie Gold.
Bobby Baldwin won it.
I'll play you again if you want.
Alright, so we'll just keep going. Can we start over or?
Let's start over.
Game
Sure.
to do.
Let's start over.
600.
I'm
Same
really
bet,
disappointed
same bet,
that
same everything.
it ended when it did. Like
Yeah,
I
so
was
fast.
Yeah,
really,
you wanna
I
go
thought it
first
was
or
gonna go
second?
way longer.
I'll go first. So
Any
we
bracelet.
can rename the names.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Let's rename the names. You
Yeah,
guys
yeah.
keep track.
All right. Go fast in the beginning.
Okay, Chris Moneymaker.
Cynn.
Greg Mercer.
Raymer.
Gotta get a good read
Go
on you.
faster, dude.
I can't. I got trying to think.
Don't look at the wall.
Oh, yeah. Well, don't look at the wall. Honestly,
Okay,
don't look at the wall.
Here it is.
Doyle Brunson.
Stu Unger.
They're swapping. now.
Bill Helmy.
Johnny Chan. Did
Yeah,
anyone
see
see this card? I didn't, but
I didn't.
leave it.
high stakes with some trivia, and then you guys enjoy the table talk as much as I am pulling back.
Whoa.
That was one of the ones I was having the other that I didn't think you were gonna have. Check. He said PS9. PS9? Yeah.
He won.
400. Martin Jacobson.
Jamie Gold. Did someone say Jacobson already? No.
No,
Okay,
no.
Jamie Gold.
Julie with the mystery hand and Andy with middle pair.
Robert Barconi.
Knew that one was going.
1400.
And Julie's going to take it down. We never will know what she had.
Scott Brunson.
I thought you guys were gonna forget about.
Scotty Wynn.
Are you have your mic on?
Yeah. Oh, it's on this side of my jacket, which is behind me. Here, I'm gonna put my jacket.
I picture Maria to win the next fight.
Thank you. I appreciate the vote of confidence.
Oh wait, did you give someone else? Everyone declined.
Jonathan Buchanan. Give it to John Cohen.
All right.
Was it count if you mispronounced his name?
Julie, when I make the final table, you have to come rail.
Which one?
Not that one. Not the other one. Yeah, the other one.
Johnny Moss.
Good one.
AK 1300.
Final table a lot this year.
I made one final. Yeah. But can't complain. Making one final table. Happy about that.
John with my favorite hand, pocket eights versus ace king, and Smiley with the lead here with
They're also playing at mine.
the three better and the aggressive line.
Fucking ace up to 900.
Bet of
There's
900
one I
and a
have. I'm
call.
not sure if he won the main event though, but yeah. So I can't say him. I can't say him.
Yeah, because then you'll be out, right?
Yeah. Kui wins.
Let's go.
I have that one. Oh.
Bet 1500.
Double barrel from Smiley. He's repping all the over pairs.
Where is it?
Tens plus.
So,
You gotta block out a day though. It's
I
like-
will, but I mean,
There's
yeah.
like stuff there you can't get anywhere else.
I'd love to go. One of these
I brought Jamie there. I brought.
John is going to continue again. 76.50 in the pot.
I was gonna say Jamie ran that one. Oh wait,
No, you knew.
yeah. No, I didn't.
I'm bringing-
You could have mentioned that.
Yeah.
TJ Cloutier.
Check.
Oh.
Who wins?
Check, check.
Open. Ace king.
Pocket eights do hold.
You play that shit?
I'm not sure if one more bet from Smiley even works though, because John's going to catch on to why are you betting an overpair on a 5-5 and a 4-4 board, so.
We were talking about that the other day on the
A lot of people say now instead of you're welcome. I feel guilty of that sometimes, but I really am thinking you're welcome. Yeah, exactly.
Of some sort, you should do something.
Big one, John. I'm gonna gamble on this one. I'm not sure about this one. Dan Harrington.
Oh.
No. I think he won in '95.
All right, look
I
it
feel
up.
pretty
Someone look it
confident
up.
he didn't win. I think he has a second and a third.
I think he has a third and a fourth. But yeah,
I think
You think he has a W3 and 4?
I think he. Yeah.
I thought he had a second.
I'll bet you another 25 he didn't win if you want it.
No. That was the one I was gambling on, but I wasn't sure.
That's the one. They didn't say that one, right?
Yeah, they did not.
I would say, but that was going to be 90, 95. It was the year I was thinking he won.
Dan won.
What year?
95.
Wow. Should have bet that
Missed
extra.
out on the extra 25.
I know. I mean, his confidence shook me. I didn't know.
You want a service too, right?
Yes.
Joe Cata.
Oh yeah. Oh, you didn't say that one. That was an obvious one. Yeah. I should have said
Oh, what about that one?
Thanks, bro.
that.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're still going.
Oh, I thought you guys were still talking.
No.
Once you mess up, you're done.
No,
Nobody messed up.
we thought
Oh, Dan Harrington won?
Dan Harrington did win. Yeah, he won.
You messed up for a non-understanding.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Thinking about this thing.
400.
God, you guys really forgot, like,
A bunch?
As she sits there looking at
that
the
one,
list.
there's one that's so,
That's
So obvious.
Oh, Carlos Mortensen.
Oh, very good.
The Matador.
Very good. Yeah.
Trivia
I
night
used to, like,
continues
think Carlos
on
was,
Live
like,
at the Bike
a
while
goat.
high
Song
stakes
Really plays
poker
Everyone
pursues
did,
as
right?
well.
that was
Yeah.
what I was saying, I can't believe
Okay,
you
go ahead. I
What'd
got
you say?
another one. Doesn't matter. You weren't listening. You lose.
No. I know which one. You said the one from last year. Yeah. I was thinking of him the whole
About time
time.
I
I just
busted
didn't.
out.
I forgot his name.
You didn't
I
even know
couldn't.
his name.
Yeah, I didn't.
Disappointing. I should have saved it.
Yeah. But I was like, this guy that won last year. I know what he looks like. He's like, yeah.
I know what he looks like.
I just don't know. His name.
Hi, could I just get 2 bottles of room temperature Beachy, please? Thank you.
Anyone else want service while they're here?
such a myth.
Thank you.
Actually, can I see the menu, please?
Heads up.
I'll take a look at both.
Check.
Somebody's gotta vet it.
No. You should be timing it.
I feel like, are you guys done?
No. I know of one. I can't think of his name right now, but I'm trying to think.
Wow. It's so easy when you're looking.
God,
Alright,
this guy's face is in my head right now. I can't picture his name.
Yeah, I can win this game right now. I just.
If anyone is wondering how thirsty John Cohen is for money, this bet is for fucking $25.
It's because I know this guy. I know this guy.
Who?
Yeah. No, I don't know him, but like I
I know
know.
this guy Johnson.
Check.
Wait. No, you already
What
said
have you done lately? Is the question, right?
Like yesterday, I brushed my teeth before I went to bed.
The year that I.
All right, bro. Come on, man. We got to move on with the bets here.
I got that many for last year. I was like,
This is gonna what?
If it was for $30, I'd give you some more time.
And then like 2 years
Yeah,
ago, it's just 2 years ago.
His name.
What have you done?
Yeah, what have you done?
Hold on, man. This guy, I know his name. It's
I told Jamie Bill I'd rather have a bracelet than
An
an
Oscar?
nomination. No, but an Oscar than. Right?
Yeah.
It's like a win on the category. More than a second.
You would take a.
How about those second place people? That would be really freaking hard. Nobody would be so
Ooh, I'll play that one.
Go on, take a guess. Free.
It's a guy that plays still. He's young. He won recently. I know his name. He's like.
His name is Robert Paulson.
No, it's
Good luck.
I don't understand.
he plays the he like was playing the high rollers. I don't know if he plays anymore, but he was playing them for a few years afterwards.
Johnson.
Not Johnson. It was.
Come on, man.
Andy, son.
It's over. We're on to the next one.
Once again, guys, make sure you check out our website, liveatthebike.com. It's the way you guys support us. Free week to check it out. Promo code POKER after that. It's $19.99 a
What's his
month.
name?
All right, man.
If you guys love Live at the Bike, that's one of the
I don't
ways
know
you
his name.
guys
He's
help
got like
us out
brown
here
hair.
is
He's like nerdy.
becoming a member and
Oh, I
purely out of
wasn't thinking of
support
Ryan Reese, but
on our website.
there was the other guy.
Or you
that won.
can
I wasn't thinking of
easily
Ryan
just
Reese.
hit that subscribe button in the YouTube channel.
Young guy who's.
There's another young guy that won like in the last 7 or 8 years.
Also, guys,
No, the
check
last,
out the
like, 5
Manscaped
years.
products.
What?
And if it's
It was
something
He's
you
kind
would
of chubby.
like,
He's kind of chubby.
clean
He,
up a little
plays
bit.
the high rollers.
put in that promo code LATB for 20% off.
Yeah, you know how he's a white guy, right?
Cumulative
yeah.
winnings, just in case you guys missed it.
Joe
John's
McKee.
up
Exactly.
21.
That's who I was thinking of the whole time.
John Cohen, that is, in seat 6 is up 21,000. John Cynn in seat number
Yeah, I
7
couldn't think of
up
his name.
20,000.
Yeah.
Julie up 5,600. Garrett up 5,400.
I don't know.
Maria currently up 4,100.
Fuck it. Let's talk shit about
Kayhan
this.
up 750.
Classy guy.
Smiley, Andy, and Bill Klein are in the red, but there's an hour left in the show on High Stakes Friday. John with a 3-bet,
Hey, thanks for the action,
2
buddy.
queens.
Yeah, no problem, man.
We're gonna probably see a C-bet of about 1,000 and a
I think
snap
Maria
fold.
might know these things. Who's the worst person ever to win
1,500 to go.
Oh man, if this wasn't on stream, I would probably fire a couple shots, but
Wayne's mouthing, right?
I'm not saying I don't. Nobody's
We're like the same, but the
Hold on, I know.
because we're on stream. All right, Julie, you want a new category or what? Pick a category. You
He
pick
might
one.
be the nicest, but Scott Blumstein seriously is the nicest. He might be nice.
He's a very nice guy.
Julie, you want to pick a category
Yes.
against me?
Yes. Well, you know I'll do any movie category.
I think it's just better for you to pick, and I'll just start declining all these ones I'm dead again. You know?
no, it's just your first
We'll find,
act.
we'll
Yeah.
find a decent one, I'm sure.
300.
I mean, maybe, like, I'm trying to think where we would be more evenly matched. I think movies,
1100.
I have an advantage, but you're pretty good in movie stuff. Music? Depends on the category of music. Obviously
Thank
DJs,
you.
I only know like 3 DJs. So that's
Yeah,
Cheers.
that's perfect. Thank you.
like DJ Melody.
You raised 4,000.
4-bet alert from Garrett
What's a good,
with 2 jacks.
Service?
what's a category?
And does Johnson want to take a flop
You and Garrett?
Yeah, I was like vegetables and he was like,
in position
make some cars.
to realize his equity of
He
his
could
suited
do something in the
connectors?
movie industry. Like he knows a lot of.
Yeah, but he
movie
thinks I
stuff,
would
too.
imagine that.
10 seconds.
It could be like
Johnson
Tom
lets
Hanks
it go.
movies or like,
I think I'm just dead against you in all movie things. though.
okay, so
Maybe just like a not movie thing.
how about Beatles songs?
Actually, sorry, I'm okay.
How about, well, you pick one.
No, because I don't. It feels better if you pick it. You know, like I don't know. Feels like less hustly.
From the Princess Bride.
How are you on like literary or
No, awful.
Shakespeare quotes. Shakespeare in the
The
park.
script's the thing. The play's the thing. Foreign presidents.
If you're gonna do music, you should probably do 90s. Should be fair game, I guess.
Yeah.
If you're gonna do music. I think 70s is like either you know it
For music? Yeah,
like,
I don't know
either
any
you
music.
I don't know
I
how
don't
old
think
school he
so.
goes with music. Like I.
Yeah,
grew
I
up
do.
with old
I
school
can't
stuff, so
believe
looks
it,
like
but
an idiot.
Garrett said he's all
is,
about
isn't
the
he?
old school hip hop, so now
I'm drawing
I would
dedicated
normally have taken it.
I'm also an idiot.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm gonna lose this one, but we could just do it just to come to an agreement. How
Okay.
about best? Why don't we do? All right, fuck it. Best picture winners from the last 20 years, and we'll just go heads up back and forth.
20 years?
Yeah, I'm dead. I think I can't win, but just like bet small.
20 years. It's the 2000s.
You guys should do movies that John Cynn has watched.
Okay. Fast and the Furious.
Which one?
All of them.
Definitely not.
I don't know. I could guess what movies you watched. Matrix. I'm gonna.
That's
Have
a
seen
good
The
one.
Matrix.
I'm gonna
Good
Excellent
guess.
guess.
Keanu Reeves is your favorite actor.
He's up there.
Favorite actor is
He's a John Wick.
Yeah, oh my god. Those movies. All three
Bette
of them.
Midler.
At Midler. Barbra Streisand.
Top 6.
Oh.
On my to-watch list.
I mean, I'll do best picture thing, but I'd rather go a little broader in terms of years, but that's okay.
16.
All right. What do you want to bet?
And a big flop here. Smiley with the pair and a flush draw, and John Cohen with
20 years, huh?
top pair, good kicker.
300?
Let's just bet 100.
No, pick another category.
I
Like,
got a category.
okay.
There were 29 Democratic
This year,
this year.
I'm dead there.
I could probably name
29.
half.
29 that are now.
Wow.
I could say,
Oh, and you can name all of them?
I could name probably, I'll say,
Who was your favorite?
Some of the above that.
I could definitely
I
name
could only
10.
name like 3
I
or
can
4.
name
I'm
10.
a fan of
Maybe.
that guy. I don't know.
All right, Julie, how
Well, you
about
didn't
we
have
go,
you didn't have,
presidents
if you were forced to
after
vote for
19
somebody, there's no one you would.
presidents after
I
1900?
probably, out of my own self-interest.
Okay.
I probably
You like that one?
Yeah, that's very
All right,
good. I
let's
think
do
you
it.
know presidents better than I do then.
You want to do the 300 you mentioned? You tell me.
You know what, long-term would be better.
150. I'm not as
150.
confident in presidents
Sure.
as I am in movie stuff.
Sure. Okay.
U.S. presidents,
Uh,
yes.
Okay, who's monitoring? Who's saying what?
Oh yeah, someone else could look
No,
or
Wayne,
whatever to make
yeah.
sure if we're.
Okay.
So it's 150
Wayne can,
presidents
because he's
after
not focusing on
1900.
playing
I'll
football.
monitor it.
You can go first or not. Doesn't matter to me.
Donald Trump.
Barack Obama.
John Kennedy. I just skipped around a little.
That was a pretty interesting fold, that
George W.
last hand by
Bush.
John, but the table talk was rocking, so.
H.W. Bush.
Bill Clinton.
Lyndon Johnson.
Jimmy Carter.
Richard Nixon.
Ronald Reagan.
Teddy Roosevelt.
Gerald Ford.
Franklin Roosevelt. No, yeah. Okay.
Dwight D. Eisenhower.
Johnson's 4 still good.
Herbert Hoover.
Can they get to showdown?
Truman.
He does have a full house. He bets 900,
Calvin Taylor.
half the size of the pot.
If someone knows it's like one's wrong, just like.
Yeah, I mean, like, if we get, if we,
Teddy Roosevelt.
Are you guys even playing a game?
yeah,
Presidents.
any president. But what I don't know.
I know
is
most of
there's-
the ones you
There are
guys
some
have done,
that
but
like might not be. Right, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Is he close to the edge?
I had to think about that. No, I didn't vote for him.
You voted for the other guy?
Eisenhower. Yeah, I didn't like Teddy. We raised one copy. That was part of the part of it.
Woodrow Wilson.
Ooh, that's a good one.
A battle from early position, and we're going to take a flop.
I was almost in the hands.
Julie's going to put the shades on. And Andy cold called with Jack 10 of clubs and flops a straight. Wow, that's pretty sick right there. What timing does Andy have? Kayhan's going to come along. I assume Andy's going to put in another big bet here.
cool.
Build the pot up.
This is where I get crazy
Trying to
on
get
the
stacks in
videos,
by
like,
the river.
eyes.
There's some I can think of that you guys haven't gotten yet
4,800.
that are actually
Oh, all of a sudden, Cohen.
That I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think Bill doesn't like
Where
it?
I didn't think I'd be good at. I mean, I wouldn't be good at it because they named a couple
No, he
that
doesn't
I
like
wouldn't have got.
He's just a man of legal.
Ace on the river, Barry Greenstein style. After Kayhan calls the turn bet, since he did have an open-ended draw to go along with this pair of tens. I think Andy's gonna click the all-in button here and hope that Kayhan has a set or something like Ace-King. And Andy does put them all in. Andy puts Kayhan all in. And Kayhan's been playing extremely solid, so I don't think he can make this call. Remember, Andy did cold call the 3-bet, so his hand looks a lot like middling pairs, maybe 8s, 7s, 9s, 10s plus, but Kayhan has the 10s. Some slow played aces once in a while in the mix. Could have ace-king as well. Not going for the 4-bet and mixing in a call at a small frequency. I doubt Andy would bet this way ace-king, but
I'm not sure.
definitely those big over pairs.
Did I have one more?
Pretty tough for Andy to be bluffing this board unless he has exactly
So can we say some?
Queen Jack.
I won.
Yeah,
Did you guys say George Washington? Did you guys say George
No,
Washington?
we're doing since 1900.
Oh.
After, dude.
Oh, okay.
So sharp. This
I'm
Cohen
such an
kid.
idiot.
I could do like Washington, Adams,
I'm like, oh, like
Madison.
These guys are
Yeah,
dumb.
there's a million of them like that.
You guys don't know
Let's see.
Abraham Lincoln?
yeah, Abraham Lincoln,
What
George
about Abraham
Washington.
Lincoln?
10 seconds.
Everybody
see.
thinks now Alexander Hamilton was.
It's over, right?
It's over.
All right.
Jackson and Grant.
So
Jackson and
let's see
Grant?
who I missed, or who we missed. Nobody said Lyndon Johnson?
No,
I don't believe
she
that.
she said that.
She
Yeah.
did, got it, okay.
John Adams.
Oh, wait.
We're doing the 19th.
Yeah, that John Adams was like second or third,
Warren
right?
G. Harding made it.
Warren G was the president?
What year was that?
That was
The
1915 through 21, and then
I
my
did-
Taft would have counted 1904 to 1908.
And who were the presidents in the 20s? I felt like I was missing somebody there.
The 20s was Harding, Coolidge, Hoover,
We said
Roosevelt.
We said that one. Okay. And I lost that hand.
Tough one.
Scott Fitzgerald's my pick.
I love Fitzgerald. Oh, you're right. Okay.
No.
Oh, what did I say? 200?
150.
150.
Could have been worse. Made it half the price.
True.
I always say the strength of our country survives when our negative part.
It's true.
That's how strong our country is. The fact it can survive. I mean, you think about some of the ones that they had, like a lot of them are still yet to come.
Some of the ones we got.
Because it's like kind of turn aircraft. 600. Everybody comes.
John's gonna bet his 8 here. He is ahead of Julie, and maybe some exploitive read since Maria is
Snap me
racking up that she was not interested in the pot. So John takes advantage of that spot.
See ya,
And Maria's
Maria.
gonna leave,
Oh, that's why you're leaving?
and she is a winner of
She's the only one here with a life.
25, so she did win 2,900, almost 3,000. So she won about 30 big blinds in this game. In this game,
See you, Maria.
4 hours. She was winning
And I'm so tilted from the president.
$725 an hour today. Nice little hourly on a Friday afternoon on Valentine's
I
Day.
think best picture for 20 years is too limited. I'll go 30 or 40. Oh, no.
Sorry, buddy.
Oh, baby.
Okay, I'll take a look.
And
Oh, I
in
have
comes
your
Chris Brewer in seat number 1. Chris Brewer is an ex-athlete, college runner at the University of Oregon now. Plays all the biggest games running in Los Angeles.
Yeah, for cash. 10 more.
Check. Chris.
Yeah. Bill, a top pair, top kicker. And he's going to put in the raise. To 2,000.
Julie, I'll play.
Hold on, John. Can you give me some? I've got a stack of whites and I want a couple of those.
That I can.
Count crackers, I haven't been checking.
Julie, I'll play like small stakes.
just want
like
thousands?
one
Okay.
movie one.
Okay.
Is that
You
right?
want to do like best picture nominees from the last 20 years?
Wow. That's pretty crazy.
Are we doing this rattle now, by the way?
I'm in.
I don't know what happened to all my purples, though. I kept changing them.
Yeah, actually.
Best picture nominees, it's such a big list. It's crazy. It's just the best picture. It's fine. I mean, winners.
Yeah, I'll bet 60. Oh yeah, you're
800.
You guys should do it. I can't do it. I can't, like, I'm drawing very thin sports related ones, so you guys can. Yeah, no, right.
I'm just giving
Huh?
it away. Like, I'm not even close.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I feel like I have like.
Sports movies.
Oh, yeah. I'll do that.
I just never play you again if that
And
happens.
sport movies.
Sure, fine.
Okay? I feel like that evens the field a little.
Sure, that's okay. How much you want to bet?
150.
150, you got it. All right. Me or
Honestly,
you?
pretty good life.
Wait, I just want to know right away.
Sorry.
What qualifies? It has to have, like, sports as the central thing?
Yeah, I think we'll just like have the table decide if it's close. But sports has to be a central aspect of the movie. How about we
Okay.
describe it that way? And the table will arbitrate it.
Raise it up to 600.
Okay.
And if you get one wrong, then it's
Go.
over.
Yeah. Going wrong, you treated those.
We raised 2,400.
Go, Julie.
Okay.
You want to go first or you want me to?
You go.
Okay, Rudy. Field of
Not a.
Dreams.
Nope. Doesn't count.
What?
I'm just kidding.
Fuck.
Who wants to vote on it?
Mighty Ducks.
Mighty Ducks 2.
Mighty
Whoa,
Ducks
whoa!
2.
You gotta name the sequel.
No, no sequels.
I'm just
Angels
kidding.
in the outfield. You want to go no sequels?
No sequels.
All right.
Bull Durham.
Raised 5.
Rocky.
Raging Bull. You go with the sport. You go with Rocky. I go with the
Cinderella Man.
League of Their Own.
$1 Million Baby.
Miracle.
Really good.
The Fight.
Yeah, I would lose this. I would
The
lose this.
Wrestler.
All these so far.
The Wrestler.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in so long.
That's the thing. Yeah.
Like I know a lot of these,
How
but
about like there's one or two that I know and I can't think of their fucking title.
yeah, exactly.
Garrett.
Garrett, is it your turn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you're not. Basketball. Wow.
All the right moves. Remember that movie? Tom Cruise's high school.
Superstar.
Superstar. Which one's Superstar?
I don't know. I don't
Superstar?
know.
I thought that was like
Molly
knowledge.
Shannon, cheerleader.
Oh, she's a cheerleader. That's good.
We get a whole discussion of cheerleading.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is cheerleading? Does dance count then?
Does what?
It's correlated, sure.
I think dancing's not a sport, but I think cheer is.
Yeah, yeah.
Or like, so when you're talking this is a category.
Any given Sunday.
The rookie.
Smiley with the squeeze with ace queen, and he's gonna take the pot down pre-flop.
The natural.
I got 3 in my head. Yeah, that I've been waiting
I got
for.
a bunch.
Just has sports related.
Sports themed.
Yeah.
I can think of like 10 that I don't know the titles of. I gotta guess.
McFarland, USA.
Oh, wow.
It's a cross-country movie.
Okay.
Oh, I got 4
The
now.
longest runner.
Oh, yeah, it's cross-country.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your challenge, the challenge.
500.
Do I lose if I
No.
don't know?
You challenge.
No, I think challenges like are free or
Oh.
whatever. Like, oh,
I
yeah.
think it's called that, the longest.
I always thought it'd be like Scrabble, challenge.
I think it's the longest runner.
I don't know the longest runner. Does
Okay.
anyone
I'll
know
look it
that?
up. I'll look it
I
up.
think I've heard of it, but
Is the
I'm
loneliest?
not positive.
The loneliness of the long distance runner. That's what it's called. Sorry. But I can.
I mean, I think we can have the group arbitrate, but I think if you
Okay.
say it wrong, then it's over. Do you think that's fair? Or?
Oh, really?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you agree? Yeah.
Look and see if there's a movie called The Longest Runner.
Yeah, I think it'd be if there's a
It's
movie called
the loneliest.
Yeah, the loneliest.
Or the longest. I was confusing longest yard and loneliness is the longest.
You win.
Is this over?
All right, you
Oh
win.
my God!
You guys
Remember the Titans, guys.
bring it on. Come on.
What's the one with
Moneyball. I was.
Moneyball,
What's the
Yeah.
movie with Mark Wahlberg as the quarterback?
I'm not sure. The Replacements is one. That's Keanu Reeves. Yeah.
Something
I
Eagle.
was thinking Little Giants and
You're,
Yale.
it's one title. Unconditional.
Yeah, he's from Boston, right? In the movie.
Yeah,
like
he's
every
like-
movie. But this
Did you guys say replacement players?
No, we played.
The Replacements. Yeah.
Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
Oh, I totally screwed myself.
Ali.
with that title. Longest
Ali is
Runner.
one. Yeah.
3-way
She's
slip
the man
flop, and
with.
Keanu
what's
flops
his
a
name?
flush.
It's the
Only a
soccer one.
flush
The
with
soccer
a
one.
nut
Yeah,
flush,
with
and
what's his name?
I heard his betting
Channing
account.
Tatum, right?
Defender like Beckham.
I was thinking
Yeah.
of Bendham like Beckham. I couldn't come up with the title. The other one I couldn't come up with the title was the what's the Will Smith movie where he's a caddy and there's a golfer.
Kayhan's gonna go for the check raise.
I'm not sure.
Will Smith's the caddy.
Well, the full foot game is Bagger Man.
Bagger,
Yeah.
The Legend of Bagger Man.
That's right. Daddy Shack.
And Coach Carter. Remember Coach Carter?
Yeah,
Happy
so, yeah.
Gilmore.
Happy Gilmore. Yeah, that was a good. Yeah.
Talladega Nights.
Yeah, who is it?
Seabiscuit.
What was the race
Oh,
one?
Late to Glory.
Blaze of Glory would have been brilliant. By the way, we don't
The
have
game
to.
is so easy when you have 10 people participating.
Well,
It's hard when
I'll
it's
tell
only
you-
2.
I'll tell you.
Yeah, shouting out
How about we
boss.
go with a full ring
Yeah.
game where everybody has to guess something?
Rounders.
Rounders.
Ooh,
That would be.
How is this
That would
a
be
hard
disqualified.
I don't. Yeah, I don't consider
Disqualified.
poker a sport, but yeah. Space Jam is. Yeah, that's one. Space Jam.
Love and basketball.
Great one. Great fucking movie.
Blue chips. Blue chips.
How about He Got Game? That is one of my
Jesus
favorite
Shovel.
sports movies. Yes.
Ray Allen. I was like always like, why would you name me Jesus?
Did you guys say Angels in the outfield?
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
said
okay,
it
you said
right
it.
away.
Okay, okay.
Rookie of the year.
My childhood. I
Yeah.
don't know if I said that one. Probably
You said the
not.
Rookie.
The Rookie.
Yeah.
That's a different one.
Two different movies.
The Rookie is Kevin Costner.
Yeah.
Yeah. 40.
Yeah, rookie of the year was kid with the broken arm.
Yeah.
110.
So it looks like Julie's going for the limp,
So the underhand pitch to win.
the limp raise pre-flop, and it goes
Classic.
check on this flop. Oh,
Oh,
hasn't went check on this flop.
The baseball movie, the kid baseball movie. Sandlot.
Sandlot. Yeah, that was the one I was.
Actually,
Yeah.
that might be my favorite sportsman. I love
That one's good. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure upstairs right now they're saying that there's a
Bill's
guy
gonna bet the
who
size
plays
of the
in
pot.
smaller games.
We played the other night then.
Oh, really?
This is gonna do the trick.
He was one of the kids in Sandlot.
I could be wrong, but I thought it was.
Julie does make the fold.
Oh yeah.
It is him.
Squints, yeah. He's
Oh.
only made out the opposite of the high school. He's bitter out.
Oh, he's the guy that like loved the lifeguard. Oh,
Got
that's
the
hilarious.
CPL.
That's hilarious.
Did I mail you to
Yeah.
This is the most profitable strategy I've ever employed. Fold a bunch of hands and make a couple prop bets. Yeah, Brock fucking killing it here.
We raised 2,400.
We sell or 40 more.
I'd like to do a shout out. Happy Valentine's Day.
Boo.
I guess no one knew about
Stop being so nice, Deborah.
Not me, man. 30 years strong. No Valentine yet.
Here we go.
Why start now? You know.
we raised
The
9,000.
battle we have all been waiting for, and Garrett's gonna put in the 4-bet here with jacks. Smiley quickly gets out of the way with the 6s. Table talk winds down. Once the 4-bet has went into place,
Like
Like who? Winners in the last.
and he's gonna continue it.
wheel because you have a repeat one.
Flat call.
So like would you
These players are sitting
You haven't said a year.
massively deep here. Garrett with 66,000 and Andy with 76,000 in a set for set.
I think there's only a few teams that won.
Set for set this deep. And these players have played some crazy hands versus each other in the past few weeks. All that leveling, and now both these players finally smash a flop.
7,000.
And Andy's going to slow play on this flop. Bet of 7,000 and a call. Not a turn card necessarily, but that both players love because 9-10 gets in there and ace-10. But not too many 9-10 combos should be 4-betting pre-flop. So we've seen both of these players go a little wild with ace-10, so ace-10 is definitely available. But I'm pretty sure these players are going to rush to get all the money in. Garrett with a bet of 14,000. Andy with a flat. This pot has $62,300 in the pot. Andy with just under a pot-sized bet. Both players with full houses. There's no way out. And a 4-bet pot. These rangers should hit this board really hard, just as they have. But between these players, usually they have wide ranges in these spots. Usually trying to one-up each other, but here they actually have nutted hands versus each other. And Garrett bets $30,000. And Andy with around 25,000 more on top of that. And an all in from Andy, and here we go. And if you notice, Garrett does not snap call here because he knows that Andy's range could have quads and 3 combos of pocket kings, which is only 4 combos of hands. There are only 4 combos that beat Garrett. Actually, Andy could have some combos of king, queen as well. You should just have the suited combos of clubs. But knowing these players, Andy can have the last 6 combos of king, queen. So if you factor in those combos of 6 combos of king, queen, a combo of queens, and 3 combos of king, that's 10 combos that beat your jacks. Would Andy shove with the straight here? Would Andy shove with ace 10? I don't know.
I think that's
probably
wrong.
not.
This is only 20, I think.
20, yeah.
Yeah.
Would Andy bluff here? Probably sometimes.
34, 35, 35, 35, 50 more. 35, 50 more.
There is also a combo of queen jack. But Garrett has some pretty sick removal to that combo. So it's actually 36,000 more just about.
I took it a second ago. I already gave it to you.
And I'm going to quiet down throughout the rest of this hand. I'm not going to give any more analysis. I'm going to let Garrett think this one out. If he thinks out loud, throws in time chips, whatever.
Quite a few big ones. Be a cool hand to bluff. You fucking cool to be bluffing. Champion bluff.
Garrett has 2 time chips remaining, which means he has 2 minutes left in the tank to think this one through. After those 2 minutes are up, if his decision is not made, his hand will be marked dead. He has 1 minute left before his hand is marked dead here. Going for every single live read that he can.
No matter what I do. I hope that's already right.
Yeah.
Alright, guys. Less than a minute now.
This pot is 158,000 and Garrett has to risk 35,000 more to win 158,000. Think about how cooler this hand is, how sick this hand is, and he only has to risk 35,000 more to win 158,000. If Garrett is good here a little over 19% of the time, it's reasonable to call. Oh, Garrett says fold. Garrett says fold, only having to risk 35,000 to win $158,000. That's like when you take a huge underdog bet and you risk 35,000 or $35 to win $150. You usually take those odds.
Come on.
I think we don't get another strap around that.
Yeah, we gotta do another one.
Yeah.
No, let's. I think we should kick this game down.
25-50.
No Scrabble?
I'm of course.
Yeah,
in.
let's go. Let's go. Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll
this
go.
guy around.
I feel a little bad now.
I feel outvoted.
Wait.
I'm always in.
Eddie smells the
Is
blood.
it my turn?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna leave soon anyway.
I don't want to leave
I have-
early, but it's really.
No, it's not because of that. I have to be at a dinner, so. I don't have to leave in the next half hour. And he's like, I don't want you to leave, but I do want the stream going.
And how to commentate the next hand after that sick hand. We've seen Garrett make some sick folds. Just add that one to Garrett's resume. Chris here now with quads. And John actually has a full house as well. I was reading the chat and didn't realize that this was set for set as well. And John Cohn was just a call.
One, two, 2005.
Oh, no high hand. No high hand last hand, huh?
Wait, there's only 10
No high hand last hand, huh?
Oh my gosh, it's like John Cohen sensed it out.
I guess you should have held on to it.
Huh? Oh, the high hand. Yeah, I had a high hand quads and it got cracked. Like 2 minutes left.
Apparently quad aces are very common in this casino.
Yeah.
Has to be PLO, right?
I thought PLO was separate though, or maybe it's not. I don't know. It's only hold'em, right?
I think you underestimate like.
That was
How many tables,
back-to-back hands
When
with
there's that many
set
tables,
versus
like, it
set.
just happens more often than we
And
think.
somehow the money did not get all in there on both hands.
Yeah, but imagine.
Twice today.
Imagine you play 8 hours a day for 2 months.
It's crazy. Because
That would
John
be the
Cohen
equivalent of having 16
checked
aces.
back the flop
You should
with a
hit
set
20.
of fours.
Yeah, I had Jack. Yeah.
Not
And
you
the
should,
one-liner
you should
straight
see
came
it.
on the turn. And
Yeah,
Smiley was betting.
Hours a day.
Anyways, here's the
I'm
cumulative
just saying,
winnings.
there's a ton
an
of.
hour I
You
see
weren't sure about
quad
fucking
aces.
around.
Andy, the big crusher of the game.
That is kind of
That's crazy.
John Cynn up to almost 20,000. John Cohen up 15,300.
Yeah, I don't know how many
Chris
tables
Brewer
there is.
just came in and already up 8,500.
Hey, man.
Julie up 1,200.
Any consolation. Enjoy another whatever.
Garrett
You
is a
really
big
passed
spender now
up
in
the
this game.
$500 high hand just to not show him? I'm just kidding.
Well, I have faith with it, or
Oh.
It's got to be two of the sickest hands back to back. And somehow the money did not get all piled in there.
Probably donated like 100K.
At least it wasn't fucking John Cohen.
Yeah, you just have to pack it.
You would never have that much money in front of you.
You would have never burned a time bank on that.
What's that?
So you wouldn't even burn a time bank.
You just snap full, turbo muck it.
I just checked both of them, honestly. It's John.
King Queen, I just fucking.
This guy doesn't have it. I don't do anything less than kings, deal.
Crazy how many big hands we play lately. That one wasn't even self-inflicted by either of us. We both just have nice fucking holdings.
I saw the ace 10 versus deuces actually.
That one
Yeah, that was another one I didn't
Yeah.
fucking win, actually.
I randomly saw it on YouTube. Yeah.
I know.
I was there, yeah. I was there. It was cool.
No need
I had fun.
No, thank you.
I'm good, thanks.
I thought you were putting down for a minute, but no. Not this time.
Yeah, baby.
Not
Cute,
me.
guys. Fucking cute.
Yeah, we were all rooting for you, man.
Like in hospital, no eye contact. Don't make eye contact.
Just make eye contact, you gotta drop the gloves.
I'm probably going to.
Yeah, it is one.
I don't know what they want to put the style on. Because they want to put the style on.
Is it over? Yeah. Great folds, guys.
I have to leave anyway in the next half hour. I have to be in Santa Monica. A Valentine's Day thing.
Big V-Day party.
Big B-Day party.
Once again, if you're watching and loving Live at the Bike and you're not a subscriber on our channel, hit that subscribe button.
The Wrestler was a movie we used.
It's the way you support this channel, and we keep bringing you guys some sick, high-stake Fridays.
It's all kind of blame.
Yeah, it's alright.
Very sad.
I was, not anymore. No, I'm in for 40, so I'm not. It's not. Yeah, it's not that great. Lost that hand to you in the beginning, remember?
Oh yeah. I'll put it all back to Andy, of course.
So, new category or? Can you get Jonathan for me, the server? Thank you. There we go.
One extra big
Well,
salad.
the tilting thing about that was like I was trying to eat like hours ago.
Yeah.
I guess I have a lot of things that make me tilted, but one of the old men is coming hungry.
It just is off the charts.
Probably force my hand free if I would eat.
You just know it's gonna happen. Yeah.
Maybe college be ready to check for it.
Andy with the mystery hand and Kayhan with top pair. Now with the turn. Ace on the turn. Kayhan's 10 turns into middle pair. Interesting line here from Andy to lead this turn card. Kayhan Rivers 2 pair.
You out here? You losing?
Looks like Andy's betting something like 2,800, if I saw correctly.
Yeah, I'm like
And Andy with the mystery
low.
hand.
I had that hand in the beginning
And
where I
a
lost.
snap call.
3,500.
3,500. It looks like Andy has some sort of 2 pair. Aces and 8, so when he turned to 2 pair, he led.
Who's up and down? Yeah, yeah.
Not even up or down. You have to guess like a bounce.
Yeah, that would be hard. I'm in the game and I don't even know, usually. I'm in the game and I couldn't, yeah.
But you know, it's not involved. It's more.
Right. Right.
Shout out to Wayne. There's Wayne in the building.
Very cool. That's sick.
Yeah.
Is that an official wrestling position? Oh.
Klein? Shadow?
Yeah.
Garrett with a flush draw, 7 high, and this goes check, check. John Cohen with 2 pair.
What up, dude?
Oh, yeah, she's taking 3,000.
John's going to go for the check raise to 3,000. Remember, this is a straddle round.
Yeah, man, jacked. Diamonds, too.
I'll get Jack 10 back. That'd be
Yeah. I think everyone's okay with it. Julie said she was
Andy, the big winner in this game, up
Should we play without him
$66,000. He was losing the whole stream, and it took one massive hand to get him unstuck.
Either way, I think we should just wait a couple hands and draw for it equally. But I don't
Kayhan with 2 aces. And Bill with pocket queens.
Re-raise, 5,500.
Bill putting in the 4-bet here to 5,500. And John's gonna put in the small.
Re-raise, make it 13-5 in about 15 minutes.
It's not that small. 13-5 with pocket aces, 5-bet.
Bill goes
And an all in.
all in and a call.
Got
A
the aces,
snap
Bill.
call. Here we go.
I got out.
You do.
One time?
One time, always once.
Bill Klein says always one time. Bill cannot hit a queen, and
Hey, boys.
John's going to win a $51,000 pot here.
Chris, can
All
you
right.
sit down, please?
See you, Bill.
See you, man. It was
See you
nice.
later, Bill.
Yeah. Later, Bill. You going out for the Aria High Rollers next week?
No,
No.
no, I got stuff to do around there. I'm going over there in March.
Okay.
Got some stuff. They got the WPT coming up, I think. Will be.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, we're playing. I'm playing.
I'll
Yeah.
see.
All right.
See you, Bill.
Later, Bill.
Chris is fine with travel.
John Cohen, now the second biggest winner in this game. Currently up $43,000.
600. Call. Check. 10 minutes. Like 10 or 15 minutes. 600. Call.
We're not sure
Check.
what John has in his hole cards. But Kayhan does have top pair. 2 pair actually, kings and sevens. So this turn goes check, check.
2,700.
And it looks like it's a pot-sized bet from Kayhan. Pretty interesting.
Appreciate that, dude.
10 seconds.
John in the tank, still trying to collect all the chips from the last hand, organize them, and his brain's put right back to the test. Facing a pot-sized bet. I wonder if John also has a king. It feels like he's paying to just chop. And John does give it up. I wonder what John Cohen had there.
but the straddle started on Garrett, right? So let's just kick it down until Julie leaves, and then she can just buy in, or she can just post the 200 or something like that.
There's one here.
Yeah.
There's one. Oh, I'm in the hand. Fuck. Sorry, guys. I'm on fucking Tinder here. Or Twitter. That was really shady, though. Sorry. Tinder. Twitter. I forgot I was even in the hand. Sorry, Julie.
That's okay.
300 to you, Julie.
I mean, you forgot your hand, now you're betting into me?
Fair card.
Jesus Christ. I'm really sorry about that.
Wasn't it?
I am fucking out of it. Like, in my hand, like in my head, I wasn't in the hand. Not good.
Garrett's still a little shook. Wondering if he made a correct fold. We're on a delay on Friday, so he's going to be pretty happy when he sees that. There's been some pretty epic hands that Andy and Garrett have played. One that I can think of is when Andy turned his trips into a bluff $1 million cash game 5.0, or maybe it was 4.0. And Garrett laid down a nut flush, and Andy turned his hand into a bluff, blocking all the full houses. So I wonder if those type of hands are lingering in Garrett's mind and hoping that he did make the correct laydown, which he did.
Make it 4,500. 1,100. No one home.
Guys, it's beaming.
Just fucking beaming.
This guy, he's seen the light.
Only.
Watching a happy John. Just, what's going on?
It's okay.
I'm happy
Got it.
for everyone.
Thanks, Julie. Unfortunately, I'm still down heaps overall, so this year. So this year.
Well, we can't look at it that way.
That's the only way to look at it, Julie.
I owe another 100 or what? No?
You just have to.
I think we're winding down to
one
the
day at a
last
time.
hand of our night here.
Just forget about what happened before. It's just
This
today.
table's kind of shook after those 3 massive hands in the last 20 minutes. We had 2 sever sets. And then a few hands later, John picks up aces versus Bill's queens. This table, from being like a fun table all night with a lot of trivia, to some sick hands.
So,
Smiley with the nut flush draw, and Andy with trip jacks.
let me see.
Assume Andy's gonna keep doing some betting, and he does.
Let me see.
Bet and a call.
Great play with the aces.
Yeah, that's pretty skillful, right?
We had great play with somebody else had kings, so you got all
See.
in.
What are you gonna do? You know?
Oh, aces, right? Huh.
Let me think. What was that?
2,200.
How much did Bill get?
No. Yeah, let me. I can never decide.
Andy going for the third street of value.
I'm trying to think. Maybe I should do the.
Smiley wondering if his 9 is good here.
What is this one? Asian?
We saw Smiley get sticky earlier.
Okay.
This is a good color for this green.
Good thing you went to Oregon, huh?
No, I'm just saying, 'cause
Yeah.
I don't know what it was like green or something.
The chicken
Smiley does have the ace of spades.
Yeah.
He doesn't like that. Looks like he's
Yeah.
going to call
Yeah,
though.
that's good,
He's
yeah.
already cutting out chips.
Chicken breast.
He knows Andy is more than capable of bluffing hands. And when your opponent's capable, sometimes you just pay him off. It's hard for Andy to have a 4 here.
It's
So Andy's repping that he has a jack
curse that's Italian.
for jack's full 4s.
We had, I think what greens we had. So we had like, we had all that green, which is the one there, and then like a white one.
And Andy and Smiley does pay it off. And I believe that's the last hand of our night. Make sure you guys check out our website, liveatthebike.com. Promo code POKER for a free week. It's the way you support us. If you haven't hit that subscribe button on YouTube, hit that sub button. That helps us a bunch. Check out Manscaped, 20% off. Promo code LITB. Here are the chip counts. Here are the VPIPs. You guys want to see who's playing the highest VPIPs? It was John, Smiley, Andy, Garrett. And the stat that you guys are all waiting for here, the cumulative winnings. Andy up 70,000, John up 41,000, Johnson up 18,000, Chris Brewer up 8,000, and Garrett and Smiley on the negative side. Miriho also did win around 3,000. And I'll give you guys some quick shout outs and some good nights and have a great weekend. Mark A, thank you for all the support. Nick from Yuma, Patrick, Curran, our graphics engineer. Always thank him, guys. He works very hard here. Also produces some pretty sick games for you guys. Light Bearer, Matty J88 as well. What's up, brother? And have a good weekend. Hope you guys had a great Valentine's Day with a mixed variety of some high stakes poker with some straddles of 200. Air Eliminator 2.0. Who else do I want to give a shout out to before I let you guys go? Let's I guess keep it at that, I guess. I know Jesus Guerrero is always rocking with us. Green Bastards in here as well. Yeah, that's about it, guys. Make sure you guys check out our website once again. Peace and love, y'all. Be here next Friday with you guys. Peace.